But the city.
Martinez.
Yeah, Martinez.
He's doing tonight's game between the Warriors and the
I love Jeff,
Dallas Mavericks. Looking forward to talking to Jeff Van Gundy.
That's big. Evan hooked that up. Yeah.
I may get a little nervous.
Who'd you get nervous to? Oh, it was Mikhail.
I've done 2 interviews with 2 of my favorite athletes, and both times I butchered something.
Booty a little bit,
maybe you can call me a choke artist, but only
And John Shea, you got a little lemon booty there, too.
Nah, that wasn't lemon booty. That was just...
Facts.
What did I say?
It was an F. Steiny, I got 3. I've written 3.
Hey, Reggie, what about when Billy said this and Donna said, what did you think? He said, well, I said that. I said, oh, that's right. Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I tripped off the layup, whatever they say.
What about what I said about Steph? You got Steph. Like, I don't, you ain't nothing.
Why would Kerr say that then?
You help me answer it.
Because they are. If you're talking about a dynasty is 10 years, the waning stages are probably 2 or 3 years.
What constitutes? So if Dre were to leave, if somebody were to leave, that's when they're still like if Dre were to leave and they replaced him, and let's just say
how far do they go?
They win a round and lose second round.
What do they do this year?
They lose in the semifinals.
Okay, and then what?
You told me that the dynasty,
they're still hanging on.
Get back.
They're still hanging on with by the fingertips.
And if one person, let's just say Clay or Dre left,
okay,
it's not over.
Well, they got to win it again.
No doubt.
After one of those guys gets over.
So he's talking like he's just talking like the gas tank is empty and ain't no gas. It's about to be on E and ain't no gas stations in sight. That's how I took that.
Yeah, I just think
Curry going for 40 tonight. I feel it.
You know. That's another guess. Just like you thinking that they're going to win.
I'm feeling good.
Oh, that's great, Goo. What does it mean?
He's going for 40.
No, that doesn't mean that. There's no correlation between you feeling good and either how Steph Curry's going to play or whether or not the Warriors win the game. The way you feel about it is completely disconnected from the people that are actually doing the playing.
Okay. All right. Now... I always talk about my computer.
We got to break it. And you know what, Goo? We got Jeff Van Gundy on the other side, baby. Today is a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. That segment was sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture. Jeff Van Gundy on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Watch yourself and know who you're talking about.
Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Steph. Appreciate it.
Curry.
Yeah, that's the. I can still remember how you were tingling when he walked into the room last year.
Now, see, you're talking about yourself.
No, you remember you said the chef. Remember Evan? Curry walked in. He was really calm.
Yeah.
And, he was mellow. He had his flat. What are they called? Slides on. He comes in. There's the chef.
Yeah.
The chef.
He was freshly cut too, Stoney.
You were leveled by his gaze, Goo.
That's my second time actually being around the chef. Remember, after they won in 16, he came, me, you, and Townie.
I know.
Yeah.
And
I said, you're
saying
boy.
the chef, and I'm saying you're having your worst season of your entire career.
Yeah.
What's going on?
You read him off to him. You a cold piece.
Jeff Van Gundy's coming up in 2 or 3 minutes, 10:35.
Okay.
And then after Jeff Van Gundy, I got something to tell Guru.
I was gone, and I communicated with you all on the thread. And LeBron James has been at the Laker games, and the outfit he had on when he broke the scoring record was incredible. Physique, perfect. But Steiny, I kind of like what he's wearing with the sunglasses on the bench.
I think he looks like a tool.
That's what you responded, and I forgot. Like, come on, man. That's where it's going, Steiny. The shades indoors. Willard and Dibbs had him on the other day.
He looks like a tool.
Gone.
I'm just saying, a lot of people in our society, like me, will look at LeBron James wearing those sunglasses inside. All right, just
when
put that on
status,
put that on the tool side.
Nah, you got to get with the
doesn't
program,
mean I don't like him anymore.
Yeah.
I like him, but that's a tool move.
It's symbolic.
Some of his
though.
insecurity.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not a big
Chase
fan.
Center going to these games.
But nobody's
More people
perfect.
rocking them, men and women.
Nobody's perfect.
Shades inside, Steiny. It's
By the
growing.
way, you did not. You know how you can't park in our garage?
Yeah.
But so Guru doesn't park in our company garage, even though it's free, because his car's too big. And our parking lot is just like a labyrinth. It's just ridiculous.
Oh, so it's tight. Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Uh-oh.
You're glad you're parking where you are.
I'm paying $20.
Yeah, but still, guess what? Guess what I've been seeing?
Not rodents.
Not rodents. Rat traps. Traps. There's traps all over the garage with the peanut butter on it.
Oh, man.
I know.
Did you see the video I sent? I can't say where.
I may have to cut you off when we get Jeff.
Yeah, it was a coffee shop, and the rat was, remember, running around the...
I did see that.
Oh, my goodness.
I saw
Why
that.
are we scared of them, you and me?
I don't know, but I'm deathly afraid of them.
Man.
Absolutely.
Rodents.
I don't like
Remember
rodents,
I told you my friend's house, I went over for dinner. I went over to just chill, and it was rat traps in the kitchen, like 5 of them. They like, you want to eat?
We got him. All right, let's bring him in. He's on the call tonight. Warriors at Dallas on ESPN, former NBA coach, a Martinez.
Yeah.
Martinez alum. What's up, Jeff? How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
We're doing great. One thing I've always wanted to talk to you, because you went to a Division III school like I did, not quite the powerhouse that I went to, but Mount Union has a pretty good program, right?
I would say they do. They just lost in the finals, didn't they?
You don't keep up? See, I can tell you about the Franklin and Marshall Diplomats, Jeff. I can tell you what they went 13-11 this season.
All right.
All right, let's get to the Golden State Warriors. Where do you stand? Because I think Jeff, a lot of people have looked at their first 73 games and say, look, this is who they are. Another segment says they have championship pedigree, they can still do it. Where do you come down on that?
Well, I think to know that, I'd have to know if Wiggins was going to play, because they don't have enough without Wiggins to win a championship. With Wiggins and with Curry playing great basketball, they would have a puncher's chance. The Western Conference is down this year. There's no one who's basically, I think, unbeatable. And so if they have their full roster and they get Peyton back as well, then maybe they would have enough. Obviously, the road woes are confounding, and but they have to get one road win in any given series. So I think Wiggins is imperative to their championship hopes, and Peyton's important as well.
Jeff, my partner and I are like you and Mark Jackson. I'm Mark Jackson. He's you because we go at it, and it is great banter. But I'm looking at the Western Conference, and I've given props to Denver, Sac, Memphis for even surviving without Ja, and Phoenix with KD. And I'm like, you know what? I know this season hasn't gone according to plan from a Warrior standpoint, but Jeff, they're champs until I see somebody knock them out. Denver, Sac, all those other teams have to show me. When you look at the top teams in the West, is that a fair statement for me to where I got to see it?
Well, I think more importantly for those teams, they've got to prove it to themselves. We all know that regular season basketball has been devalued in our league by everyone, players, coaches, teams, media. And so a lot of it is where you are health-wise and who chooses to rest on what given night. Denver's played exceptionally good basketball this year. They've in a little bit of a down period now, but they've played very well. Do they have enough for a playoff run to win 4 series? I think they would have to prove that to themselves. Memphis, on the other hand, believes, it seems to me, many nights that they've already won 4 championships. And so they have just the opposite. They have to make sure that they're staying in the present so that they can maximize their opportunity in a down year in the Western Conference. And, Phoenix has a ton of talent if Durant's healthy. To me, they would be your favorite. The Clippers, if Paul George is okay and can play, their season 2 has been confounding. So I just think there's so much upheaval in the Western Conference this year because of how teams have devalued the regular season and how injuries have impacted it, that I wouldn't be surprised if any lower seed beat a higher seed in round 1.
Jeff Van Gundy joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him tonight. Warriors at Dallas, big game, 6 seed at stake. Jeff, Steph Curry's 35 years old, and he's still playing at a high level, and he's still got a few more years left on his contract. The Warriors are in a situation now where, Klay's getting up there, Draymond's getting up there, Steph's still playing at a high level, and there's kind of a split with the fan base of, can we get Steph Curry more help immediately, which may involve trading a Poole or Kuminga? If you were where you are in the Warriors kind of dynasty, I mean, how do you kind of still build around a 35-year-old, even though he is playing at a high level?
Well, I think, he's had some durability issues. But in the past, when they've had the durability issues, they've struggled when he hasn't been playing. But they've always, they've been dominant for years when he's been on the floor. This year, it's totally different. Even at this high level, since he's come back from injury, I think they're 3-6, and he's put up huge numbers on high efficiency. They have actually a losing record with, Curry this year. So he alone cannot, go out and win a championship. Their roster last year was better. He was unbelievable in the finals, and they pulled off, to me, the most improbable championship I've seen in a long period of time. He's good enough. Their roster needs to improve. Obviously that starts with Wiggins. I think he would be their second most important player right now. And then they, like you said, they have big decisions. But certainly if they're going to have a championship window at this late point in Curry's career, they're going to have to supplement the roster much better.
Jeff, let me ask you this. I've been watching the games, the NBA since the 80s. I love it. But there's too many three-pointers for my liking right now. And tonight we might see 100 three-point attempts combined between Dallas and Golden State. And I just miss the presence of the low post and the ball going in there. Can you speak to what you see when you call these games? And do you think a guy like me sounds like the old head, or is there something to it with these three-pointers?
Well, I think the thing that I find at sometimes, the skill level is amazing. The The NBA player today, their skill and athleticism is truly, truly incredible. I think what I miss is the variety of style of play. Everybody plays very, very similarly now. They run the same actions. They all try to, hunt, 3-point shots down. And I think the teams that fall short don't have the skill, obviously. But I just miss the variety of different styles of play. And I think that at times, coupled with the devaluation of the regular season, makes regular season NBA basketball sometimes very monotonous to watch, because you're watching the same game over and over with different actors.
Jeff Van Gundy joining us on 95.7 The Game. He'll be on the call tonight. Warriors at Dallas, and I'm noticing right now, Jeff, Luka Doncic has been upgraded to probable for tonight. Let me just ask you this, because the Warriors have had unbelievable success the last 10 years. There's a segment of the fan base where it's championship or nothing. I'm looking at this team a little differently. I'm looking at this team almost like the We Believe team from 2007. Hey, they're about 500. Can they make a run? I guess my question to you would be, so I'm excited about tonight's game. Do you get excited for a game like tonight, or do you just have to remain at an even keel?
No, I really get excited for Warriors games because they play differently. They're the one team offensively that plays differently. They don't run a preponderance of pick and rolls. They don't come down and isolate. So because of Curry and Thompson, and to a lesser degree Poole's willingness to move and their skill to be able to shoot on the move, they play different, and I love that. And anytime you get a chance to watch Curry, it's you can't take that for granted. I mean, he's just been so dominant over the last decade, and he's retained his humility along the way as he's ventured into many different things. So I just really like watching them. And then Dallas, they play totally differently, but to see the superb skill level of Doncic, if he does play, and Irving, if he does play, that's always fun to watch too. So, yes, I really love watching the Warriors play, and I love watching, like I said before, a different style, because Doncic plays his way, but so many teams play like that, where the ball's primarily in one player's hands, and he runs pick and roll, and that's how they play. So I love watching the Warriors because of their differences in style.
Jeff, I was watching Jokic the other day, and I text my partner, man, the dude's incredible. He's great. And it was around the MVP discussion because he may be on the cusp of winning it 3 years in a row. And I was just looking at so many other players. And Ramona Shelburne a couple years back said, she admitted she'd voted for the MVP based on a narrative. And I was thinking, well, Embiid's trying to get over the hump. He hasn't got it. If I were to ask Jeff Van Gundy, which I am today, who's your MVP with 9-10 games left, how would you answer that?
Well, I would answer it that I'm not going to answer it because I don't care. That's the
You
bottom.
sound like my partner.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I truly...
Why don't you care, Jeff?
I care only because the players who are so great care, and they should care because, it's an award given. But the one thing I hate about all the comparisons between players when I hear the talk shows talking about them is they don't just try to state their case for their guy. They try to devalue the other players and their accomplishments. And I find that distasteful. If you're a math person, Jokic wins in a landslide. He just does. If you want to do all the advanced stats and all that, it'd be a landslide. if you want to go by a recency thing, Embiid is on a run that is incredible. If you value, durability and playing in more games, then Giannis's candidacy takes a hit a little bit. If that's not important to you, then there's no one more dominant than Antetokounmpo. So there's a lot of great players. I don't know who should actually vote for MVP, because when I look at the All-Star ballot, the fans do a cruddy job, the coaches do a cruddy job, the players take it as a joke and vote for, all these random guys. So I don't really know who should actually have the honor of picking an MVP. But I know it's important to the players, and there's a lot of viable candidates.
Wow. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun in Dallas tonight on the call, and really appreciate you joining us on the kind of the spur of the moment. Thank you, sir.
All right. Take care, guys.
All right. Jeff Van Gundy. I do like him a lot.
That was wow. Honesty, Starty. He said he don't care.
I don't care either. I couldn't care.
Oh, hearing it from somebody else
I couldn't
different.
care less.
Wow.
About who wins it. If Embiid gets it, dynamite. If Jokic wins his third, that's fine.
I've heard you say that too.
What about if Giannis comes out of nowhere and win? Okay.
He said,
all right.
Wow, Jeff. Tell us how you really feel.
I'm not going to answer it because I don't care.
10 minutes, and then I got a little announcement for my partner that I got to.
All right.
I got to give Goo a little bit of an announcement.
How long you been sitting on it? Did it happen last night?
Yes.
A couple nights ago while I was out?
Last night. Happened last night. I can tell, and I'll tell you the moment it happened.
Well, damn.
Yeah. I heard the boys in the morning talking about this dynasty, and you didn't like that Steve Kerr said we are in the waning stages of
Steve Kerr to describe one.
But, and Joe and Bonte were throwing this back and forth. Like, did you expect this? And I'm not saying it's necessarily over.
Right.
But do you or did you expect this to end gracefully? A dynasty?
Well, I don't think we're anywhere near it not being graceful yet. You can lose and it still be graceful.
I think
there's some landmines in front of us now. And what if you got in the play-in and got knocked out? Because I feel like if this does go bad from a basketball standpoint on how you end, I think stuff is going to come out. People will talk, players, and it could get ugly. But right now, Steiny, I don't, did the Spurs end ugly? I know Kawhi and Tony Parker got into it. I think you should be playing.
Kawhi sat out a year.
Yeah, and he didn't like
Popovich.
But
the Bulls' last dance, obviously, when it was over, it was over.
Yeah, well,
so
it wasn't infighting amongst the players with the Bulls, though. That I see, like Pippen didn't go somewhere else.
Well, Pippen was on an island, though.
Yeah,
because of his salary. So he might not have been.
We found out why his back been hurting it too.
He might.
I'll leave that alone.
You're so bad. I actually.
But
know,
it's true. I'm like,
I actually know what you're talking about.
If it's true, allegedly.
But I am interested to hear from Warrior fans about, again, where you think they are in relation to this dynasty. Is it the last year? I don't know, but I don't understand how it would end. I think, over the years we've talked about, you think Draymond will retire a Warrior. And that's the guy who most people say, I could see him going somewhere else.
And he said some words about that possibility when you go to what came out of his mouth about his future here.
Exactly.
He said the handwriting's on the wall.
So if Draymond opts out and goes and signs with another team, the dynasty might be over at that point.
Okay, and I'm not mad at you.
It has a chance to sustain, but it could be over at that point.
Well, let's talk about gravity, and not my body, but let's talk about Steph Curry. If you and I have both admitted that we're blown away, I'm flabbergasted at where he is physically. So if we're saying he's transcended and he's got more years, there's more petrol in the tank, doesn't that supersede somebody leaving? And you're going to try to replace Draymond. I know the money's tight, but something's coming back. It may not be.
Nothing's coming back. I mean, it could be a sign and trade,
right?
But I find it, and I told JD this. I find it hard to believe that Joe Lacob will take back Draymond's salary in a trade if it has more years than Draymond's deal, which is one more year after this. I think we're starting to see Joe Lacob is tightening the financial screws a little bit. Okay. It's not going to happen all at once, but that part I think we're getting there. Here's the other thing that I think people overinflate. What if I said to you, Steph Curry's the greatest player I've ever seen in my life?
Right.
Okay. Well, you know who is right? You know who is equal to him?
Give it to him.
Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Guess what? Michael Jordan was great for a while. And at his greatest, he couldn't win alone.
Right.
Like Steph Curry, no player in the history of the game has ever won it essentially alone. In fact,
but is Steph
when
there,
Michael Jordan couldn't get out of the first round when he didn't really have a great team.
Yeah, Granville Waiters.
So my point is, it's great Curry's still great.
But are you calling him alone?
One guy.
Even if Dre left, let's just say Dre left or Clay.
Dre.
Are you still telling me, and I'm naive to think, hey, we still got Steph and Curry, make the meal taste good.
Without Draymond Green?
Yeah, if he were to leave.
What does the meal tasting good mean? Winning a title?
Yes.
No.
Or being a threat.
This is where I don't think the Warriors can be a threat or win it all without Draymond Green.
And the way that I'm setting that up is kind of unfair because it looks like you just lose Dre, but some other things would happen. They may be small, minute, but they're not just letting Dre go and get nothing in return. People are going to have to take a bigger role, commit, all that. And Wiggins,
and how can they be better?
He'll be back.
I mean, this is where
it's like, how could they win and it's going to yesterday's conversation. How could they win a championship out of nowhere last year? How could the Giants win 107 even though it didn't culminate in a chip? That's that's the essence of sports. The stuff we think we know, the numbers are then some things happen. Yeah, and when you got Steph, that's how drunk I am on Steph's, Donnie.
Well, that's great, but he can't win it alone. He'll never win it alone. No player ever has, ever. And if you lose Draymond Green, you get worse. You get worse.
But he's not alone because you would have Wiggins, Clay, Poole.
If you lose Draymond Green, you get worse. To the point where you can't. You really think they can win a title without Draymond Green? Listen, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm right.
And I ain't trying to.
But all I'm saying is,
shaded Dre.
If Draymond Green leaves and just says, you know what, I'm opting out, I'm going to the Lakers for 3 years. I don't know what the Warriors do at that point.
Well, Joey Lightyears is a killer.
No, and he's a killer, but he can't break the rules.
Okay, but I just wonder if he agrees with your statement or anybody out there that says if Dre leaves, we can't get it done.
I think Joe Lacob might think they can't get it done with what they have now and what they may have next year. That's just. Here's the other thing. This is why I look at it differently than most people. For everybody that says, yes, Donnie, you didn't think they were going to win it last year. They won it. They can do it again. Jeff Van Gundy just said, in his mind, the Warriors winning the championship last year was the most improbable title in his lifetime. Okay, so let's just say that's 40 years, just for the sake of it. I believe, I agree with him.
Right.
And that's why I did. It was so improbable to me, it's virtually impossible to do it again. Right. Because, in a weird kind of way, the essence of shocking the world, you can only do it once. If they repeat, it's not really shocking the world. I get it. I'm just talking about words. I'm not really talking about, the team or results. But, that's I think if Van Gundy's saying it's the most improbable title of all time and the Warriors won it and it's their fourth, Like, how can you not acknowledge they may be having motivational issues this year? All right, we got a break. On the other side, I got to tell Guru something. I was going to tell him at 10:30, but I'm going to wait because of Jeff Van Gundy, but I'll tell him on the other side.
I can't wait.
Today is Warriors Wednesday. We got Zaza Pachulia at 1 o'clock, and then we're going to jump into a little baseball, 1:30 with John Heyman, Odyssey, MLB Insider. Today is a Warriors Wednesday. It's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. That segment was also sponsored by AC Transit.
That I'm not going to answer it because I don't care.
your MVP with like 9-10 games left, how would you answer that?
I would answer it that I'm not going to answer it because I don't care.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. If you miss Jeff Van Gundy, download that Odyssey app. You can hear it.
It hits different when he says it. Like
no doubt about it.
Man, like if you said it, I'd be hot. All right. I'm geared up,
and I meant this. Like I am looking forward to tonight's game. Now I'm going to have to tape it, but I'm going to try to go
turn your phone
radio
off.
silent.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. Text. We won't text you.
Well, I won't return your text or even look at it anyway.
Mm-hmm. I don't care.
Well, that's part of hiding, Donnie. We know now.
Well, if you know I'm hiding, why would you even send a text?
That's
during
what
that
I
period
just
of time?
explained. I said I'm speaking for the boys. We won't.
Yeah, you will. I guarantee you, when I get home to put the game on, if I were to check my text, the text thread would have all the details about the game.
Now that we know you're taping it, because that means something to me. Dude. Anyway, I'm buckled up.
I'm excited about the game. I understand that the Warriors aren't in the position that they've been in past years, but I think where they're at is very interesting.
Yeah.
And what makes it interesting to me is you can't rule them out completely. So that's where we're at. 888-957-9570 is the number. We also have to talk about Draymond Green, what he had to say on his podcast about Andrew Wiggins, because he may have opened up a can of worms.
Yep.
All right. There's something that I have been thinking about it. And
you better not be leaving me.
Last night, I said, you know what? I'm going to do it. Guru, I am taking you up. I'm calling off the bet.
Oh, my.
I'm calling off the bet. I'm not going to take $100 from you if the Warriors don't win the championship. I'm just not going to take $100.
I'm tingling. Wow. But tell us, I'm really getting emotional. Why? And how'd you get here?
I got here because there's too much equating my point of view with rooting against. Like, I don't want to have to root against the Warriors if they start to progress toward the finals. Like, I don't hate the Warriors, so I don't want to be here wanting to win that bet so bad.
Yeah, but
and then
but you didn't take the. Here I go. You're trying to get me off the hook. I don't want to get off.
And you know what, Goo? If the Warriors win it all, I'll pay you.
No.
I'm good.
Here we go. Look at this. Psychology 101.
No, I'm just not.
The bet was not made out of malice. It wasn't. You didn't want them to win. Well, you really felt like the attrition. I was hoping you said because Wiggins might not be coming back.
No, that has nothing to do with it. Now, that I want to make clear.
The bet back on, but I get what you're saying.
I want to make clear. It has nothing to do with your request. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be that reason. No, the reason is because I'm sick and tired of talking about this team in the context of you talk about it as a championship team and I don't. And so if I don't talk about them as a championship team, I sound like a D and I sound like I'm rooting against the Warriors. So what I believe is what I believe. And that is they're 37 and 36.
Yeah.
All right? They are the 6th seed. That's how I'm looking at the Golden State Warriors. Can they win a round if they get the 6th seed? You know what? If they win a round, then they've exceeded their expectations of the regular season. Can they win 2 rounds? Maybe they do. Then they lose in the Western Conference Finals. You know what?
This is big.
I don't want to celebrate the Warriors losing in the Western Conference Finals because I want $100 as opposed to coming in here, which would be the truth, and saying to Warrior fans, dude, it's not that bad. They won it last year. They made it to the conference finals this year. How can they get back on top?
Wait till I tell the
Instead of, Guru, I told you they're not a championship team.
Right.
I told you it's over.
Wow.
I can't do it.
People calling you a stand-up guy, and that's how you feel.
Nobody's calling me nobody's calling me a stand-up guy.
He's gonna be hot at you.
Well, maybe maybe if you want to transfer the bet to Dibs, go ahead.
You know what? I hadn't thought about. Please, I'm done. The KD voice, but Steiny, I appreciate that because I kind of wanted to fight you on it because again,
let's drop the Wiggins part because you didn't have one ally who thought you were in the right. For telling me I should call off the bet because of Wiggins.
Right.
I'm calling off the bet because
it was the circumstances regarding
because the Bay Area Warrior fans are getting the wrong impression of me.
No, you know what? And if
and I just don't need it. I don't need it.
Yeah.
I don't need it. I don't dislike the Warriors.
Ernie Chavez to pay $2 to have this read. Mm-hmm. What about the Laker bet? We will honor that bet. They got to get fifth. I can give you the dub.
You can honor that bet or not.
Oh, I'm a man of my word.
I mean, I can't make you honor a bet. I can only honor my bet or call off a bet that you said you wanted
fans ain't gonna know how to take this Steiny. Call me negative now, Jack. Yeah.
Start talking about this team like, you know what? If they get in, they can win a round or two.
That's all I'm talking about.
Okay. Well, see that now see, this is why I'm doing it. How about that? That's not enough, though, Goo.
Right.
You have to win a title.
I got you.
See, it gets me to start talking negative about the Warriors, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
Brandon Sinclair on YouTube. This is pathetic. What's he mean?
Probably that I'm being pathetic.
Right. Yeah.
But I just don't need the hassle. I don't need the hassle. And listen, my views are absolutely the same. There's absolutely the same. Do I think the Warriors are going to win the title? I don't. But you know what? I'm not looking at them. Why am I even looking at them as a title team? I didn't say they were a title team. Yeah. Just because my wacko co-host said they're going to win it. Right. And so now everything I judge them by is if they can win back-to-back titles. Well, I don't think they can. Well, so guess what? I'm going to be negative Nancy. But you know what? Not anymore.
Really? People love
because I think the Warriors, if they get in, can make some hay.
Chris A says Steiny is A1 in my book. And I'll say this. This is what makes me a sports romantic. They are defending champs. Now, you can say, Guru, you're going to use that if you run out of Charmin, but it means something. They have the throne. Somebody's got to take it.
Goo, we don't know yet if it means something this year. You know, we see them get into a game with a play-in. We see them maybe open with Memphis and knock Memphis off. Then I might start saying, you know what, Goo? They might have a little of this championship magic. But they got to get in first and win a round. And can they do that? I think they can. And then if they win a round, well, guess what? Then there's only 8 teams left. Who knows?
Jeffrey Jeff on YouTube says, Goo gets out of a bet and can't wait to make another one with Dibs. Nah, gets that hundo and goes to Dibs. Nah, that's off limits. I'm going to let that go. But I appreciate that, Steiner. But you use me to help you. So I'm here for you anytime.
What do you mean?
I mean, that was just great to call off the bet and tell Warrior fans it's Dubs on mine. Like, I ain't no hater.
Dubs all day.
Please sound right. Duh. Hey,
go ahead. Do you want to get into this or not?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we owe it to the people.
I think, yeah. So Draymond Green did a podcast, and he, and only he, brought up Andrew Wiggins. Here's what he said.
I want to let you all know how absolutely ridiculous most of you people are at life. Like, the fact that a rumor about Andrew Wiggins, I don't know if it's true. I'm not here to confirm whether it's true or not. I really don't care. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with me. Like, you hear stuff like that and you care for, like, him and her, like, and their children, so I care from that perspective. But, like, whether what y'all saying is true or not really, like, has no bearing on my life. Nor does it have any bearing on y'all life. The fact that basketball, and I always say this on this podcast, like, the fact that basketball, that people are so bad at evaluating basketball that you start to run with someone's personal life to try to decide, like, why they're not playing basketball. Like, imagine if somebody, if you were missing time at your job and somebody started a whole rumor about, like, your kids not being yours and, like, like, that's ridiculous, man. Now, again, I'm not here to say whether it's true or false. I don't know. Not my business. But point being, it's not yours either. Like, y'all are so thirsty to know what's going on in someone's life that becomes the thing. You better have some cold, hard evidence if you're going to make that a thing. And quite frankly, I've just seen people talking. Like, I've seen no evidence of anything. You just see people talking. That's insane.
All right, that's Draymond Green. And he's talking about Braylon Edwards' podcast. That's what's out there. But we weren't going to bring it up.
Nope.
I wasn't going to bring it up, the rumors that are out there. But Draymond just brought it up.
All of it.
And he's now taken it that far. And I don't, this kind of reminds me of a little bit when Joe Lacob on Tim Kawakami's podcast said, there's some confusion out there. I want to clarify. I have offered Bob Myers 2 contracts. That was never out there.
Never.
That was never out there that Bob had turned down 2 offers. So Joe Lacob brings that up when it didn't need to be brought up or nobody knew. Well, now that's a dynamic that we understand and we get a look-see inside the organization. Now we can okay, well, so maybe it's not all Joe Lacob. Maybe Bob doesn't want it, but we get insight. So Draymond Green is going to actually reference specifically, not just the rumor, not just that there's a rumor out there.
Because there's more than one video. The Braylon Edwards, it's multiple, Steiny.
But now
randoms.
Draymond, his teammate, has used the words of specificity about what could be going on. Yes, if I were Andrew Wiggins, I don't think I'd be happy.
And what I would say to Draymond, Steiny, too, is to say what you said and then say, I'm not saying if it's true or not, that's just a can of gas, a lighter fluid. Like, if you were going to say anything, dispel it or what have you, but to say with all that energy at the end, I'm not saying if it's true or not. And what gets me and boils my blood is for the people in the back that keep acting like people want to know. This is sports. This is entertainment. Andrew Wiggins is one of the best Golden State Warriors. The reasons people are wondering where and what's going on is for one reason only. Him on the basketball court. His absence is all that has people wondering what's going on. But to tell the common man and woman it's not our business when we got regular 9-to-5s and deal with real life and will have to have our ass back to work regardless of what was going on, miss me with millionaires telling me how we should feel. But if I were to call myself doing a video and then putting all of it out there like that for the people that may not have known, Steiny, and then to end it with, I don't know if it's true or not, like, what good came out of that?
That's a great question.
What good came out? And if I saw Dre, who I love, I would say, please don't have my back like you call yourself having Wiggins' back. Putting it all out there for the people that didn't know. Only reason we want to know is because we miss Wiggins, the basketball player. And the team misses him.
888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity Mobile text line. And the regular old phone number to get in and talk about the Golden State Warriors, who have a monster game tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. 4:30 tip-off right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live, 3:30. So the reality of the situation is like, I don't want to know. I don't need to know. But the bottom line is, now it's out there. Okay, now it's out there. I actually think that most of what Draymond's talking about is specifically Braylon Edwards, who essentially said, I know what's going on, and this is what's going on. So I think what Draymond really is mad about is that there's actually a guy out there who did dig around, ask some questions, and find out why. Okay, well, that's different than you and me. Like, but I still open up the internet, and so I can see what everybody else sees, but that doesn't mean Draymond Green should have brought attention to it. Like, that ain't right, I don't think. Like, he did that. Like, he may be the reason a lot of people, let me see what everybody's saying. Maybe somebody out there doesn't know or doesn't care about that.
And
but again, I'm sorry.
No, take your time.
But here's the other thing, real quick. Let's be honest. What we really are seeking here. What we're seeking here is that when it's all said and done, we're all going to make a judgment whether one fit the other. I mean, that's really what we're talking about. We will, unfortunately, the way our life is, we will make a judgment as to whether whatever Andrew Wiggins was going through was worth taking this much time off. That's okay? If it's this, well, then you know what? I get it. I get why he never came back. Okay, what if it's that? Well, if it's that and he's gone for 7 weeks, that's ridiculous. Well, what about if it's this up here? Well, if it's this up here, that's kind of a close one. I could see maybe he would come. Like, that's what will happen. It just will.
Yeah, and it's happening right now. And again, thoughts and prayers to Wiggins and his family. My just thing with the video, Steiny, is you didn't put nothing out. You had all that energy about people being thirsty and wanting to know, but you didn't do anything to dispel it. You said, I don't know.
Am I thirsty to know? Because
you scrolled on a video.
Because someone passed along Braylon Edwards' podcast, and I found it on the internet. Like, that doesn't make me thirsty.
Right.
Or anybody thirsty. So,
but the one thing we do know, and again, I'm not trying to be a simpleton. Again, his absence is what this is all about. And when this thing first started, and it still could be. My whole thing is, Dre, why did you have? So now, to me, Steiny, and people could say, Guru, come on, man. Now I feel like the Warriors are more apart than ever if you don't know why your brother's out. You said, I don't know if it's true or not.
Do you believe him? Do you believe that Draymond Green doesn't know the whole story?
Wow.
I know.
That's wow.
I don't know.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. I don't know. It's just something. I didn't have a great reaction to Draymond's podcast.
But he spilled some tea, Steiny.
He did. He absolutely did. And, like, this is where I don't.
True or not, he spilled some tea. I don't get into,
like, okay, you know I laugh about this.
Yeah.
Whatever happened, snitches get stitches. Isn't that kind of, like,
well, see, and
I get it. He didn't finger Andrew Wiggins.
But Steiny, he ain't. I'm going to have to defend him here because, in a sense, there's two worlds. There's the corporate world. We can get on here and we can say some stuff that could cost us our gig. And then there's a world where everything's in play. And the world where everything is play is where all that stuff, if it's just smut or lies or slander, it's out there. It's out there, and Dre, to his credit, Steiny, here I go, is the first one to speak on it. But I just didn't like, if I'm Wiggins, I'm not saying if it's true or not then. He could have did that video, and I could have turned it off thinking, oh, then that ain't true. If the best interest is, get out of my man's business. But I'm not here to tell you if it's true or not, has me scratching my head like, oh, man, he really ain't. You know what I mean?
Well, the other thing is they've all been aligned, the whole organization, all the players, with the company line of,
it's a serious
did Draymond
situation.
Green respect Andrew Wiggins' privacy? Wow. I don't think he did on this podcast. Wow. I just don't think he would. 408 let's be honest. I mean, I think he did. Let's be honest. Warriors fans don't really care about Wiggins' personal issues. All they care about is him contributing to the team, especially you both. The only people that care about him is his family and friends who deeply care about him. Stop acting like you guys give a crap because you don't.
I just said that.
Like, I don't care.
No,
Sure, I want him to be happy.
Yeah.
I don't want Andrew Wiggins to undergo tragedy.
Right.
Or
no doubt.
Strife.
But don't make me feel bad because
I don't care what's happening either.
Right.
I don't believe
his
he's coming
absence,
back.
and to Draymond again, Steiny, his absence is why that's the rat on the table. The guys want him back, and I know life is bigger than basketball. So if it is not what's reported out there on the internet, then shame, that's a good thing. But man, that's just like don't make me feel bad or anybody feel bad because they want to know when the guy in his services are coming back to the team to win a championship. But then you're hearing something over here. That's all, man.
And the one thing, he says, how did he start it? About you guys are so lame about life. Or what did he say? Think about you guys are so bad at life.
Yeah. And yet all these smut reality shows are number one.
But
my gosh.
Nobody, like only one guy didn't, in theory, only one guy wanted to find out specifically what was going on with Andrew Wiggins, and that was Braylon Edwards, right? I mean, he's the only guy that was digging.
Well, he said he had contacts.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong here, but I don't think Anthony Slater is on his phone making calls to people trying to figure out what's going on with Andrew Wiggins. It's one guy who put it out there. Now it's out there. One guy put it out there. And now Draymond put it out there too. He put it out. Draymond, in a way, has now made the rumor like fair game. That's the way I look at it. A teammate of Wiggins might have just made the situation really bad. Because now, whether you like it or not, now if I'm a reporter, I might have an excuse to ask around. Not saying it's right. All right. On the other side, what did I want to do? I forget what I wanted to do. Oh, I want to play the sound.
Yeah. That's
right. On the other side, I'll tell you why the Wiggins thing continues to be an issue. I'll tell you why. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. I can tell I'm growing like the little seed that grows into a tulip.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you, Kevon. Appreciate it. Kevon's still
dog.
with that Iron Man streak still intact.
Go ahead.
I believe he and Jordan Poole are the only Warriors that have played in every game this year.
And what would he say to the likes of Loondog?
Okay.
That's what we called him when we saw him. What would he say to the likes of not just Van Gundy, but all the people that we're one of them, or a few of them, that, can't stand load management? Your boy is out there, man. Even if he's hampered, he's out there. Loon, much respect. Poole too, Steiny.
Yeah, we'll find out about Wiggins.
You and I don't miss work. Well, that's a little bit.
You were just gone for 3 days.
That was with my daughter.
Who cares? It counts.
No, but when
is this like Wiggins?
I was out for a couple root canals. JJ Evans.
Counts too.
No, that's it. When you can't talk, you got to call off.
It's almost Thursday.
No, Evan. I didn't like Evan.
All you have to do is make it 2.5 more hours.
That brings a smile to your face. Wow.
So, see, I needed you. I was going to set this up. One of the things about Goo is, we are friends and we both have families. And Goo, you ever had that feeling where you're going through your regular day, like today, and there's something that you just know you're happy about something?
Payday.
Or could be the other way. You're having your regular day, but there's something not good or sad. It's just something that's looming. You feel pending.
Yeah.
All right. So
what you got?
I got 2 of those right now.
Damn. Good or bad?
One of each.
Give it.
So I'm golfing after work today.
That's why you've been in a good mood.
But I haven't. So it's like, okay, cool. After the show, I'm going golfing. I love golfing. I'm gonna see my buddies. Yeah. By the way, we have an opening for a 4th, 3:00. If somebody,
if my lesson started with Schneebs. All right. Anyway, go ahead.
So I'm dropping my daughter off today. My 11th grade daughter. She has a retreat.
Oh,
her school retreat. They're going on buses, going away for a while. The bus was leaving campus at 8 p.m. I'm sorry, 8 a.m.
All right, that's a little late. Okay.
Hey, can you take Mary Pay? Sure.
Mary Pay.
We drive to the campus. We arrive on campus at 7:49.
Right. Oh, my, where you going?
There are many kids on the quad, and there is a line of cars behind me as we are making the rotation to drop off. And
that's why.
She looks out the window and says, I'm not getting out right now. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, I don't know. I'm like, it's too early. I said, the bus is leaving in 10 minutes. She's like, no, it's too early. I don't know. No, my friends aren't here. Why do you have to get here this early? I'm like, I got to go to work. I'm like, I need to get to work.
Are you by yourself? Just you
yes.
and her? Oh, boy.
She's like, you don't need to get to work. You just want to get to work early. Ooh. I'm like, no, I want to get to work when I normally get to work. Anyway, she ends up getting out of the car, throwing expletives my way.
No, stop. She is
dead serious. She didn't slam the door, but she's like, I hate you.
Jesus. Norm would have had me. I would have been in Kaiser. I would have missed the trip.
I mean, I can't.
Starty, boy. I love you, Mary Page. I don't, girl, if you don't get the boy. She got out. That's why I beat you to the lab.
She's going to be gone for 2 nights, and I just think about it and thinking, like, it just bums me out. That's how we left.
Wow, man. And
now I'm like, maybe, okay. What would have been the harm of sitting there for 10 minutes? Although she's in the opposite direction of coming here.
Yeah, but to tell your dad you just want to be at work, I love you, Mary Pay. That's my niece, but Starty, I would have been at Kaiser. Right? Hey, where's Guru? What room is he in? Man, that's why. Hey, with this new shift, not to tell everybody the business, I've kind of beaten you a couple of days. Your boy getting early.
I know.
Yeah, but now I know why. I said, Evan, he must be doing a podcast. He goes, no. I said, this is weird. Yeah.
Here's the other thing. And you're right, 408. It hurts the parents more than the kids.
Yeah, right.
My daughter right now hasn't given a thought to the way she left today. She hasn't had a thought about it.
Years from now, she'll remember, Steiny. Life is too short, young lady, because she don't know, Steiny, and you can't get mad at what she don't.
Meanwhile, I feel like I got a cloak on.
Yeah. Oh, and your ride had to be just like,
exactly.
I thought I miss you. See you when you get back.
Instead of leaving campus, like feeling like, oh, God.
Well, you didn't let that bring you down because you've been in a good mood. The golf got you. Yeah. And you can't text her or no phone or device?
No, they take no.
I don't like that either.
As they get on the bus.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Which was at 8 a.m.
I gave my son something to call. I snuck him something. Especially,
yeah. See, that's a tough one. But the one thing,
the hell with my dad.
No, this is
Drew down on YouTube.
That's a tough one. But the one thing is, your daughter wanted to spend 10 minutes in the car with you. You probably should have done it. That's Matt from Corte Madera. Okay, Matt, I love you and I appreciate.
It sounds like
she did not want to be with me. She would have just been on her phone.
Looked at it like that.
She didn't want to get out because her friends weren't readily available. And so she didn't want to get out and stand by herself.
I'm going to go devil's advocate. Yeah. Keanu Reeves, Donnie. That could have just been her way of spending a little more time with Pops without voicing it.
Nope.
I was driving. Oh, no, but Stoney, that could be. Kids have a different way of doing the mushy stuff. Maybe that's where she was at.
Well, now that
yeah.
See, now that makes me feel even worse.
Yeah. But it may not be the case. Right? You got other examples to put it together and you can do it, but people telling me, nope, that ain't it. I've been there, man. Kids.
Anyway, I got to try to keep my mind on golf.
Well, thanks for stretching, Goo.
Yeah.
Looking for a lifeline.
Thank you.
Tell you a little something.
All right.
Shout out Mary Payne.
All right. 888-957-9570 is always the number, and it's always the Xfinity mobile text line. You want to jump in to the conversation. We got a big ball game tonight. Let's face it. Warriors
4:30
at Mavericks.
Are guys doing the Warriors live? Dibs and I got to ask them how that's been doing because they've been doing it.
Oh, they hate it.
Now, have they told you that, or you're guessing?
I'm
right.
Totally making it up.
They're gamers.
Totally making it up.
We're out at 2 today, though, by the way.
Yes, we are. So now that just kind of shook me a little.
Yeah. You kind of missed a moment, man. It's a possibility. So when she comes back, you don't even, you know what I mean? You could, hey, let me talk to you. I apologize. She'll be like, for what?
All right. 888-957. Oh, we got some breaking news on an NBA player. ESPN sources after imaging today.
Oh, come on! I'm praying.
Clipper star Paul George has a sprained right knee. He'll be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks. Night for the regular season for Paul George.
I heard your guy Reddick say it wasn't Reddick. Might have been Stephen A. They might fall the way out. I don't think they could. They got some players. Yeah, it's a long way. It's not. They got some players, but that's nothing torn. I just like seeing teams.
Well, Luka's probable.
What about Kyrie?
Questionable. I think they're going to get them both.
If this were the 80s, they would play.
But
it's not.
If my uncle had this, he'd be that.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, that's a 3.
Warriors have 10 games left. Do they over under?
They got 9.
I know they do. Say that again.
They got 9.
Yeah, they only have 9 left. And as Draymond would say, 5 at home, 4 on the road. Here's what Draymond.
About Wiggins.
Yeah, listen to Draymond about. He didn't just sell Wiggins out. He did say that Wiggins was important.
Yeah. Gary, obviously, getting Gary back, it's huge. Gary is a 6'2" lob threat. Me and Loon always laugh about what we call GP the 6'2" man. However, he's one of the best lob threats I've played with, which is absolutely insane. But his hands on the defensive end, that'll help everything. So to answer your question, yes, we do need both of them, and hope to get them back.
All right, here's is it that expects Luka to play, or do you want to do it? This Evan's going to call it up, but it's interesting. You're going to want to hear about Wiggins.
I could hear him talk hoop. I've never
Draymond.
Draymond. We disagree. Steiny, the dude's a scientist, man.
I'm trying to think if I've ever
I could listen to him all day
with his with a basketball take.
And when he went at Barkley at the All-Star game about the ring, but he is. I've never seen a player to where I'm like, dude, I don't want you to retire, but when you go to this next phase of your life, like that podcast, Evan told me I could find it. Dude's special, man. I can't remember another player ready to do the next job while they're still doing their job as a player. Give me, if you guys in the back, give me a player.
They used to say Shaq.
Shaq what?
Shaq was like distracted. Kobe used to say Shaq had too much going on off the court.
Well, no, I'm talking about they could paint the picture of the game and talk, not the Shaq.
Maybe he's spending too much time doing that instead of playing basketball.
He's got 4. And Barnett, Jim Barnett, Draymond, 4 rings. I'll never forget. I was on the show with you. We were doing pre and post at Oracle. I think it was 19. He said he may be the best defender he's ever seen. Mm-hmm. That to me is almost saying, like what Van Gundy was saying, just being put in a group is the compliment. I don't care who wins. Just being.
Well, he actually put him in a group by himself.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Well, he.
All right, we have this sound.
Okay.
Hit it, Evan.
Can the Warriors win in the playoffs without Wiggins or Gary? To answer that, it'd be tough. 2 of your best wing defenders, Dante's incredible wing defender as well, but it'd be tough. You know, you're talking 2 guys, super athletic, 2 of the more athletic guys on your team. Let's not understate that because that's huge, especially when you get in the playoffs, you start playing against different schemes. And sometimes you just need that super athletic guy to like break the wall. Joe Dumars said to me, remember back in the day, Joe D telling me like, Draymond, you need fence benders. I'm like, what the hell is that, Joe D? He's like, sometimes you just need the guy to bend that fence back. So they bend the fence and then your defense can attack. Your offense can attack. I didn't understand that when I was in college or high school because I didn't understand the NBA game. I totally get that now. And pretty much what he was just saying is you need a guy who can get in the paint, drive and kick, or get to the paint and break the defense down to get the first domino to fall. So the way Steve Kerr says, once you get the first domino to fall, then everything else starts to fall from there. Then you swing. Now they're playing you're attacking closeout. I said all that to say that is Wiggins. As important as he is defensively, that's who he is for this team as well. And so,
all right,
man.
So, I mean, essentially, he thinks they can't win it without Wiggins. He essentially said that. Wiggins.
No, he gave them love, both of them.
Well, but he said it would be Draymond Green saying it'd be tough to win without Payton and Wiggins means they can't.
Yeah. But it's not worse than Kerr saying, and I love you, Coach Kerr, if you're listening.
Waning stages of the run.
Boy, I didn't like that at all.
Well, and for as much as Draymond Green rips the media for not knowing basketball, in fairness, he just repeated something that I said a few days ago about Wiggins.
To JD?
At the offensive end, yeah, because we were really into a basketball talk. So it was a lot of X's and O's, so it must have been JD.
Oh, boy.
No, I just said, look, one of the good things about Wiggins and one of the real good things about Wiggins is that if and when he comes back, he doesn't F up the offense at all.
Right.
He doesn't need touches.
But they need him.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
A match. Yeah.
That's like he won't affect the pecking order.
Right.
Like nobody looks at Wiggins and says, he's going to take some of my shots.
Right. They need
somebody
him,
might say about Poole.
Here, Wiggins, you want to eat?
Poole might say about somebody. Yeah. So
let me ask you this. Last thing about Wiggins.
What Joe Dumars said to Draymond essentially is what I said on the radio to the Bay Area.
All right. Okay.
So Joe Dumars and I have a lot in common.
Let me ask you this. We're not prying.
Yes.
I just read some news about Zion possibly being back for the offs. Paul George, we just heard that. And there's one more. Who I'm missing? Durant. I mean, just tell me now, Steiny. All it would take is, hey, I'm available, Wiggins, and a plane, and he's back in town. At that juncture, Donnie, that would be one of the biggest pickups before the offs, or everything that you don't know, but we do know is he's not here? Would you say, Goo, you're in Fantasy Island?
I would say no. Fantasy Island makes it sound like it's
like he's hurt and
there's no chance.
Right.
There's a chance that Wiggins and Peyton come back and they change the dynamic of the team.
Oh my gosh.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Right. We got 2 weeks.
This isn't what's going to happen. I have no idea. What's going to happen, but just gathering information about a guy like Wiggins, we know he hasn't played in 5 weeks, and we know that whatever he's going through is a big, big, big deal. So knowing those two things as facts, then you have to say, well, he needs to more than just come back. He needs to be Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, no doubt. 22.
Like emotionally, psychologically, and that clearly we don't know. Yeah. We absolutely don't know.
And I'll say this, because I know we got Zaza coming up on the executive show today, Snotty. Last time we had Bob on, I found it wasn't a hierarchy, but the way he talked about like another department or somebody would let him know about what was going on with Andrew. If Dre is, we could take him at his word, Snotty. He doesn't know. It's not like somebody's on Poole mentioned, I would just like somebody to tap in with him every text, and maybe that's happening. You good?
I'm sure it is,
but it don't sound like it. And I'm not saying it in a bad way. Well, I'd be, hey, Snotty, you good?
But it's that fine line between checking in and then giving somebody space. Right. I'm sure all the players are trying to navigate that and kind of wanting that to be the right thing. But what we're talking about is Draymond Green talking about Andrew Wiggins, and somebody asked him if the Warriors could win it without Wiggins and Peyton, and he basically said no. He said it would be real tough. But listen,
I got a question.
We all know they're not going to. Is there anybody out there that actually thinks they can win it without Peyton and without Wiggins?
No, I don't.
I'm going to say that the percentage of people that actually think that is less than 1%.
And Dre would have said it. Dre would have said it, Stoney. You got to give the man credit for last year. Like, don't let us in, and they got a chip. And to his credit, is there one soul walking this earth right now that thinks they could do it without Wiggins?
Yes, you do.
Win it all? No. The opportunity is there. I told you the scoreboard is scoreboard's off. I'm gonna watch. I'm going to root. I'm hoping. I'm praying. Got the Bible open. But Andrew, I can't believe you're looking at me with your mouth open like.
Yeah. Yesterday,
Andrew Wiggins is everything to this team. The way that it's set up, he does it on both sides of the court.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure yesterday I was like,
and thoughts and prayers to Wiggins.
I said yesterday, I don't think it's a hot take when people say they can't win it without Wiggins. Do you think they can't win it without Wiggins? And you said, I think it'd be tough.
Right.
Well, you're not Draymond. You know what I mean? By you saying it's tough, that means it's possible. So yesterday you said it's possible, maybe without Wiggins.
No, the opportunity's there
to win it all.
Yeah,
even without Wiggins.
Curry could. Well, knock on wood. Come on, stop.
Whatever. I'm
not watching the game.
I don't mean to pick a fight. That's not what I'm. That's not what I
see. Real quick, we got time. We got 3 hours.
Yeah.
When do we ever really fight?
We did the other day.
But I never have left and said,
I have.
My love for this man is different. I might be mad at you. Yeah, I might be like, you don't know, I'm like a fine wine and you treat me like Rossi or some boot liquor. Just cheap wine. Like, sometimes you don't take me for granted, but I'll get to my car like the dude just missed what I was trying to get to him. But I still love you. But that's what I'm saying.
You never look at yourself.
No, I always look at it. I play the tape back, dude. These last couple, I've been like, you were wrong. But we don't fight to where I don't like you. You my dog.
I'll go back on the text line and people will be like, you guys are yelling at each other.
Well, I get loud.
That would be the fight, probably.
But see, I think you hold on to it.
I do.
See, that's what I'm trying to break you of that. I don't like that. Yeah.
No,
Let's just keep it moving, baby.
It's like I said yesterday. I believe they can win without Wiggins. I'll be the 1%.
Okay.
Wow.
Man.
Okay.
You think Kerr ain't going to coach any different. I got a thing for you. I know we're up against it. What if I said, you know what? Wiggins is not coming back. Jonathan Kuminga, you will replace Dante in the starting lineup. So Dante can master what he's been doing.
Who's the starting 5 now?
Bloom.
So you're starting Looney, Draymond, and Kuminga.
No doubt.
They hate that. Like Kerr hates that. Because he doesn't think of Kuminga as a 3. He doesn't think he can play offensively.
But he can guard 2s and 3s.
That's fine. But offensively, I know people will be like, you're crazy, but it's kind of like 3 non-scores. Because Kuminga is, I get it. Kuminga
go get a rebound to
get
his points.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, Steiny? Something to watch. He said the lineup Colonel like Kuminga can get his points like Jameson. Not that he's Antoine. Like he's got that athleticism. I'll go get some boards, put back up, dunk. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't need to call his.
But there's a difference. And I'll give you the Jameson.
Okay.
You know, a guy who's just going to get points.
Oh, I love
the problem is Jameson was that team's best player. Like he was. And so he took shots. For a guy like Kuminga, the whole offense is set up for Curry, Clay, and Poole to take the shots.
Right, which is less pressure on the offensive end to me for Kuminga to do too much. But what if there's a miss? What if Curry's kind of locked up? Cut. Because that's what Kuminga's been doing. He ain't getting credit for it, Steiny, is cutting, and he's so athletic, it's over.
Yeah, you can get a bucket or 2.
Couple lobs.
I mean,
just, all right.
I mean, if he wants the ball, he can become a better rebounder.
Jameson was a bad dude. You said he was the best dude, but Steiny, man.
Man, what?
The way he could just get buckets off of just, dude, he was remember him and Kobe went for 50s. I was there, same game.
Yeah. He is he's a hell of a scorer on a 21-win
Kobe
team.
dunked on a missed free throw. I forget by who. It was a Laker, but he did it in that game. They were in their purple.
Yeah, they changed the rule after that.
Oh, wow. Jordan did it first. Mike's the first.
I want to say he lined up on the baseline, which I don't think he can do anymore.
Nope. I was watching Michigan State, and they were inbounding the ball to get fouled, and I saw something I've never seen. The inbounder passed it to his partner.
Yeah, who's also out of bounds.
Dude, I was like, turnover.
No,
boy. I said, Izzo.
I saw one of the greatest plays of all time. I'll tell you about it on the other side. It has to do with that kind of thing. I saw it in a high school.
Legal?
I saw it in a high school game.
Wow,
and it was absolutely unbelievable. It's a fun little story. All right, when we come back, I'll tell you a fun little story. We're going to open up the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Warriors with a big game tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. We got Zaza Pachulia coming up in an hour. It's the executive show. And then John Heyman, Odyssey's MLB Insider. We got to start talking some baseball. We're going to do that at 1:30 on 95.7 The Game.
Guru, first of all, I love your energy.
what he did in college.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
That was a bit.
No, that was real.
That was a bit.
Kendrick Perkins still working at ESPN. I'm sorry.
Why shouldn't he be?
Because I sent you guys, and Spadoni always comes over the top like he should. I'm the just old head. It said Kendrick Perkins no longer with ESPN.
Okay.
And I'm Daryl Scoop Johnson. I don't even read where it's from. I just fire it off on the vine.
You do.
And it was from not NBA Central, NBA Central, C-A-N-T.
You laugh.
But
do you
always check the spelling of the Twitter handles? Always check it because everyone's got a blue check mark now. They got Bill Simmons. That same account got Bill Simmons this past week.
Oh, see, now I feel a little. It ain't just me. But what makes me want to send it off so fast?
I don't know.
Like I got the scoop or something.
Basically, you feel like you always need to interject yourself in everybody else's stuff.
No.
It's why you
I don't like
want to go on the morning. You want to be on with the roast.
It's called a changeover.
And then you want to be on with the afternoon show. And then you want to go over and talk to Tim Jordan. And then you go to sales. It's just
I like people. Those are my friends.
Right. You
Butch
have
and Bonte.
You have to be
I've
in the
been
mix.
yearning to talk to them.
Right.
And when they would talk to Willard and Dibbs, who are also my friends, it was my favorite radio.
Yeah, I know you have to be in the mix. That's fine.
What does that
you
mean?
must
By
be
talking?
in the mix.
Hey, real quick, I wish you would psychoanalyze your radio self as you do me.
Oh, no.
But my boy Vince yesterday, he really thinks you don't like me. So remember I put him on blast?
Sometimes.
And I said, hey, I called you a weasel. He went and listened to the first segment. Now he just texts saying I'm begging for friends.
Mm-hmm. Actually,
he goes, Steiny don't really like you. Smile emoji.
That's not true.
Dude, I hear it a little bit.
That's
I
not
know
true.
you.
It's just it's the
We
same
kick
thing.
it outside
it's
of here.
Spreading yourself too thin that I brought up on the air. I worry.
The boys in the morning were like, where you at?
I just worry that you're spreading yourself too thin.
Okay, but you wouldn't say that to Willard and Dibbs. When they did the morning, and it was phenomenal radio, and then they would do us.
Well, they're different.
See, that's where your problem
They're not
lies.
overexposed. See, they don't go home and then spend 9 hours on Instagram, 4 hours on Facebook, 3 hours on Twitter.
I'm an hour on Facebook.
And, how did I forget the gram? That is
You're
Instagram.
talking about yourself.
No.
Yeah, you're in it, Steiny. That's all good, man.
So far out of it.
What we got?
We got Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. Raleigh, North Carolina. What's up, Tim?
Hey, what's up, Guru?
What's up, baby?
Guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, Guru, I heard you guys talking a little earlier about Kuminga and probably kind of be in that Wiggins role. I 100% agree. We keep talking about how he's not a scorer, how he's not this, not that. Meanwhile, he's shooting 40% from three from the beginning of the year and probably the most efficient person on the team. But we keep talking about the offense around Poole, Steph, and Clay playing soft three-point shooting basketball, and we have absolutely no one on this team that can get to the rack. All I'm saying, if Wiggins is going to be out, what the hell do they have to lose?
Wow.
Plugging this guy into the small forward role, and you know what? Empowering this guy to just go out there and play basketball. They're not going anywhere without Wiggins. We all know that. So why not put him out there, let him get 10 to 15 shots a game, and we got somebody who can get to the rim. We all agree we don't have one person on this team, and when you take Wiggins away, we have absolutely nothing going to the rim and drawing a foul.
Well, Poole.
Yeah, no
Jordan
doubt. Yeah,
Poole.
you got it.
Jordan
What about
Poole.
Poole? You got to get Poole that.
No, listen, they can get to the rim, but are they going to get the whistle? Are they going to get the foul? When Kuminga goes to the rim, he's putting bodies on him. He gets to the free throw line.
Wow.
That's all I'm saying, man. We have, but I'm telling you, Guru, while you were gone, Steiny and JD, they on this whole Kuminga playing a box energy role, this and that. Meanwhile, the guy can go up there and get you 15 to 20 and make it look like he's not even trying. But they don't want to release the man. So we're going to go down in flames, keeping him in a box because we want him to be Vanderbilt.
Wow, man, that's Steiny. That's phenomenal. And I'll say this to that because a lot of people say caller on point on YouTube.
That kind of annoys me a little bit.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
GD5 Sports callers 1,000% right. My question to you is, and you pointed out there may be some downsides to Kuminga starting, but what about when he goes small? There's always a rhyme to the reason, right? So you're going to lose a little something, but the point to what he said is, Steiny, The dude can get to the
guy's inconsistent too.
No, there's no.
What happens every other game when he's not playing well?
No, hey, I give you all that.
Well, what do you do? I'm saying literally, practically, what do you do? If he comes out and he gives you 5 bad minutes, okay, let's leave him in. Let's let him play through. I mean, it's.
But then that would be up to Kerr at his discretion, right? And that's
which
coaching.
Is what it is now.
Okay, this ain't working. Let me stop. You know, when I just, if you told me right now, outside of the big three, who can up their game in the playoffs, or Kuminga's one of them.
How?
Okay, and this is where I'm gonna lose you. It's what the caller said. You have to it could be a conversation.
What does empowering mean?
A conversation
How are we using
to
him?
where don't be afraid to fail.
Okay.
Okay, focus.
How do you want him to play?
Read the game and know why. You know what I'm saying? It's not, we're going to give you the ball at the top of the key and you go Durant like Summer League. It ain't that.
Okay.
It's be fundamentally sound.
Don't rebound the ball and you get
doubt.
it.
All
it's
day.
That simple.
That's how you can get.
But stop trying to, here's the thing.
Because he ain't getting too cute with it.
People acting like Kuminga can go by a guy. No, he can't. He does not have a change of direction right now.
Yeah.
So we got 2 things. We've got a square up 3-point shooter, and he's starting to make a lot of those. And then we have a guy flying out at Kuminga to take away the 3-point shot, and he's a one dribble get to the basket guy.
Okay.
He is
what
not.
If that screen starts coming though more often than
you think he can handle the ball that well? Come on, this is where I want to pull my hair out. And I'll use your Kuminga has no. He has none of that.
See, I'm not mad at you for that.
But he can't cross anybody over.
I'm mad
he can't spin.
Okay,
he can't
I'm going to say this
direction.
to you. I love you, and I know you believe it, but Steiny, he's ain't as bad at the as you think. Remember, I told you got to get with Handy.
Okay, so you're on a team with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, and Draymond Green, and you're going to let but the shot you get is Kuminga going
that's
one-on-one.
What. See, I didn't bring this to you.
Doesn't make sense.
I didn't bring this to you as that being the format. The format was get your ass down there, as you just mentioned. Get these boards. Go right back up with it. Run your ass on the fast break. Get those lobs. That's how the conversation to me would go with Kuminga. You're right. I'm the one that said he needed to get with Phil Handy and get his stuff. He needs to get a move.
That. He can't do that now.
You're right, and that's why when you said what would they do? Rebound, okay,
and play defense,
and defend,
and shut your mouth.
And let me tell you what else he can do, Steiny. Be a locomotive on that break. Well, that's what he can. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, then he's not going to rebound defensively like you like.
Well, he's
not. He's going to get out on the break. You want him out on the break? Very few people can stay in, rebound, not get it, and beat everybody down the court.
And I know it's unrealistic, Steiny, to say he's going to get every rebound, but just come downhill, son. That's what you have right now. You are a physical specimen. Use it. Run. Even just
telling
bust
him to
your
do
ass.
Things that he's being asked to do.
The stuff you said, I'm with you. I ain't saying give it to him at the top of the key.
He's been asked to play defense. He's been asked to rebound. He's been asked to run the floor.
Right.
If he did those 3 things consistently, he would play 20 to 25 minutes a game. He doesn't do those 3 things consistently. That's why he doesn't play as much as some people want him to play. And you don't, you can't unleash Kuminga with 9 games to go in a season when he's on the same team as Steph, Dre, they're not going to allow that.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Now, that's for off season.
Yeah, okay.
Kuminga, get a drive to the basket. You do that in the off season. We can't. No. Rebound, run, I'm gonna say and this defend.
To you. If you're down 2-0, if they get past the non-play-in, and you're down 2-0, you're down 3-0, 3-1, whatever, Steiny, and you got to throw something against the wall. This is a ploy that Kerr could go to just to see if it clicked.
I don't understand what the ploy is. Just playing him?
No, playing him and hoping for the best return. Well, my thing is, I just feel like when you talk basketball, you forget there's another component to basketball life. It ain't just on the hardwood. We've had shows, I've had jobs to where the boss calls me in, emphasizes something, and he does it for a reason. Now, I may get it, and run off and become better and accomplish what my boss set out. And that's why I'm saying maybe it's Kerr, but it wouldn't hurt to try to talk to this dude and say, so I'm going to ask you this tonight. So if I said what's the over-under on Kuminga tonight, you think there's a cap in Kerr's mind?
My question would be,
you gonna take it on the game?
How many times do you think Steve Kerr over the last 2 years has talked to Jonathan Kuminga? I would probably say 8 dozen times.
Okay. Wow. See, you think it's that many?
Well, I mean, so Steve Kerr's going to go, hey, Jonathan, you want to get out in the court? We need you to run, rebound, and defend.
I'm not saying Kerr hasn't done it.
Of course he's done it. Yeah. So, what?
Well, it's just me, Steiny. It'd be, now this, you do it with your spouse. Hey, we talk, but this one's like, what do you got to lose? If you're in a position of we're missing bodies, I got this young fella.
What you have to lose is the small chance you think you have at winning a title. Do you want to give that up? You start playing Kuminga 25, 30. I'm not saying he's going to lose games for you, but Kuminga can only help this team right now if he plays within the parameters of being a teammate with Steph, Dre, and Clay. He can't now. He can't take 16 shots now. That's just the way it is. Nor why would you want him to?
But he can come baseline and go in the air and it's over.
Okay,
great. He can come on a fast break with a pass.
He does that once a game.
Right. And
he can't do it every play. Yeah. Sorry to say this, guys. I'm speculating that Wiggins is not happy about the punch. It could be some of it.
Well, he wouldn't have.
Could be some of it.
Let me read this, Donnie. Yo, on YouTube. Dante's had bad multiple games. Kuminga has won us multiple games. I'm not comparing the two. I'm just saying, man, if you're desperate, why not try? Because the dude, I'm with you on the ha-ha, but he ain't no ha-ha. It's just that spin move ain't going to get it done, son.
He can't drive by a guy. If he gets a guy on his side, he can go over him.
And I've noticed here lately, I don't know if you noticed, he's been pulling up for a little midi here and there, because they're expecting you to try to go, and you're long.
Why?
He's on my team.
He can't be a go-to guy on this team.
That's too strong.
What are you talking about?
I'm not calling them that.
He's got. There's 60 shots among Steph, Clay, and Draymond. How can he be?
And I don't think there's
a guy who scored. What?
I mean, how many is Dre taking? Well, how many is Dre taking?
I'll take Poole.
Okay.
Poole.
Yeah. All right, gotcha.
Steph and Draymond. I'm sorry. Poole, Steph, and Clay take 60 shots.
Well, see, you said Dre. I got you.
Okay, those three. How can Kuminga be a go-to guy when they have 3 20-point scorers?
Hey, on paper, you have me. But when you watch these games, my point is, Steiny, I'm not saying he's got to go on a bench for a quarter or 8 straight minutes. There are multiple times watching a Warrior game where it's not Poole, Clay, or Curry, to where you're like, if one guy could just, and that used to be Wiggins, but there's the opportunities. And Steiny, I'm talking about 3 or 4 plays. Maybe they could have an impact. I'm not
3
saying,
or 4 plays is going to be the difference between a 500 team and a championship.
It's not. You're condensing it down to.
I guess.
But I mean, one play can win you the game. You know what I'm saying, partner? Is I want to see more of them. And that caller said they are trying to get him to conform to what the rest of the guys are getting. And maybe that's too strong. But have a conversation with him and use your athleticism, because Dallas has nothing to match his athleticism tonight. But how are you going to get him off? Maybe that's what he's struggling with. No excuses, but your boy got some gifts. Yeah. That's a T-shirt.
He can't get off on a team with Curry, Clay, and Poole. They are all shooters. They are all scorers. They all have to take 20 shots, essentially.
Okay.
And so
but Dante does a good job of getting his. And it's obviously his shot is better than Kuminga, but the opportunities are there. And it's kind of refreshing when you see him.
I don't believe we would like Kuminga to take the shots that DiVincenzo takes.
You win that. But I'm just saying those opportunities, they would look different. But Dante is just like, man, he's looking around like I'm eating just fine.
We had Jeff Van Gundy on earlier. We're going to replay that at 12:30. He was really, really good. You're going to want to hear it again if you have, and even if you haven't, you got to check it out. Jeff Van Gundy. He's got the
that was great.
He's got the Dallas Warriors game tonight.
Last thing.
What?
How many? This used to be a staple of the Warriors. How many easy buckets do you think they get? Here lately, it's just like everything is hard. And that's where this is coming. Everything is just hard. And it seems like whoever they're playing, they get all the stuff the Warriors used to prevent you from getting.
You know why?
Why?
I was going to.
Yeah, but why? It's serious.
We may have to do this with the changeover.
Go ahead.
But I was listening to Willard and Dibs, and their whole theme yesterday was, "But why?" I don't know.
I listen.
And it's like, I get it. We'll never know. But by the same token, it's like there are answers all over the place. It's like, why do people say they don't know? All right. So, what was your question?
What happened to the Warriors getting easy buckets?
What happened to the Warriors getting easy buckets? Here's what happened to the Warriors getting easy buckets. Their guys, Steph, Clay, and Poole.
Okay.
They defend the paint worse than they do getting into the paint on their end of the floor. So they take a lot of threes. And look, Steph Curry's never been a blow-by guy.
Right. But he's doing this Curly Neal thing now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can't. I mean, you can't criticize. You can't criticize.
Come on,
Steph.
stop. But hey, that's interesting.
I don't think they have finishers at the rim. You do. I don't.
I believe Poole and Curry.
Okay.
And it was Wiggins, but who's not along. And I think I know I don't like his handles aren't.
Think about this too.
Ooh.
When you think about here's one thing Steph doesn't do. It's not a knock. It's just a fact. He does not drive the lane for the most part and kick out to a three-point shooter. He usually finishes with finesse. So, like, he can drive, and he can sometimes get to the rim, but I wouldn't consider, like, he doesn't attack the rim. And even the way Poole attacks the rim,
when he's on, he can get you 6 free throw. Dude, I've watched 3 straight possessions where Poole foul. Like that's what makes me get so mad at him sometimes. But it's a good mad because I've seen you go Fred Astaire on their ass. I've seen it. And I know you're not the first option or the second one like you prefer, but the falling down I'll never understand. I'm going to ask Zaza about that.
Austin is in San Jose.
Our guy.
What's going on, Austin?
What's up, fellas? Hey, man, join the debate. You know Kuminga's my guy, Guru. I'm right there with you. I know that Steiny and his buddy JD have through the years kind of expressed that they're not really sure about Kuminga.
He hasn't even been here 2 years. But go ahead.
We listened to you. Go ahead.
That's Kuminga's the only guy of the three, the youngsters that we should even be excited about. I mean, he's the only guy to me that has a chance to be special. I still think so. And, Steiny, to your point about what we can't do, I actually think that if they got Kuminga more involved in the action, it would open up more shots for the other guys because now you have to worry about Kuminga. I mean, why can't Curry kick the ball to Kuminga and drive when he's driving to the hole for the dunk? I mean, he should be looking for that. Poole should be looking for that. So this notion that we can't get Kuminga into the offense is not true. Kerr has to do a better job of getting Kuminga involved in the offense. That's my opinion, guys. And enjoy the conversation.
Thanks, Austin. Yeah. I mean, it depends what does that look like?
Well, okay, this is...
of course, cut at the right time and Draymond will hit you for a dunk. Great. That happens.
Well,
this is the thing. We're talking around the subject. We all know what everybody wants. Put the ball in Kuminga's hands and let him cook.
Oh, see, I swear I'm not saying that. I told you.
Here's the other thing.
I'm not... It's different than that.
Here's the other thing. I'm sick and tired of people thinking I don't like Kuminga. I got no opinion of Kuminga other than he hasn't even completed his second. I think Kuminga's fine. I don't understand all the consternation over Kuminga. I think he's exactly where he should be. He came onto a championship team. He's athletic as hell. He's figuring out how to help him. He's 21 years old. He's now in the rotation of a team that's got a chance to go into the playoffs. It's like we're almost setting him up as a failure because he is doing what they're asking and nothing more.
Well, I'm going to just throw your words back at you. And I came in here today and I said, Stein, I feel like I play. And that, I swear, that's how excited I'm about this. It's not just, you said, you know what, Goo, he's inconsistent. Austin, all the other Kuminga fans, we all know that. But Steiny, I really want to fight you on the notion that you think I want this guy to be KD at the top. What I want is Steve Kerr to have a 20-minute conversation. It can be 10. Not with Kuminga, with assistant coaches going into a series or a game to say, hey, you know what? This is how we do it. But Montel Jordan, but we need to do something to get this dude so he can feel empowered, so we can maximize his
Jonathan
stuff
Kuminga.
He's bringing to the table. And that's all I ask.
Playing 21 minutes a night. He's played 58 games.
Yeah.
20 minutes a night. That's not enough?
I would have never guessed it was that much. But wow, okay.
He's averaging 9.6 points and...
But do you think if you called him inconsistent, my point is, what's Kuminga playing this role of getting the rebounds, not making it about him, but if he did, could that 20 go to 25?
Yes.
How close is he to that next 5 minutes?
He's got to be more consistent.
I don't think he could go find it by himself. Like, that's why I keep talking about the communication.
He can go from not rebounding at all to rebounding some. He averages 3.4 rebounds in 20 minutes.
That's terrible.
Okay, well, go get more rebounds.
No
You'll probably play more.
Because you can go get them.
Who needs to get the rebounds?
Okay.
Why does he need help rebounding?
No.
Does Steph Curry need to help him rebound?
No, I'm not saying that.
Rebound the ball. You'll play more.
And let me tell you this
it's really not that hard.
Let me tell you this part. Yeah. Let me tell you who don't want him on him at the end of games, which we hardly ever see. Luka. The Durants, the Tatums. I'm not saying Kuminga can stop him, but with no Wiggins, Dre ain't doing that no more. Kuminga can do it.
With no Wiggins, you're right. He gives you the best chance.
And you know what? I'm forgetting about GP2, who seems to be on his way back.
Michael's in Berkeley. Hey, Michael, what's going on?
How's it going there? Hey, Guru, what are you thinking about with Kuminga? Have you watched him? You want the Warriors to turn over the team to Kuminga?
No, that's too strong. No, I don't. But I'm telling you, you can get more from him.
That's what it sounds like on the radio.
Asking him to rebound more? Asking them to put him on the best offensive player of the other team when you're giving up 140 to OKC and you can't stop a nosebleed? Are you going to sit here and tell me don't see, real quick, Kuminga's athleticism and you drafted him high for a reason? Unlock him. And if you fail, it's okay. But don't come to me not playing him, giving up 140 to every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Games?
Excuse
me? Been watching the last 10, 15 games?
Yes, I have. I'm not saying the dude's
they're putting him on the number one offensive player on the opposing team. They want him to crash the boards more. He's not crashing the boards like he should.
You are right.
But you can't crash the boards, but then also be out on a fast break.
Do you think he's playing freely? Do you think Jonathan Kuminga, who saw Wiseman just get ghosted, do you think he's playing freely? And you might say, what the hell does that mean? Do you think he's playing loose? I don't. I see a dude wound up like a brand new yo-yo, and so that means something. You guys just keep talking about this kid like he's supposed to know how to be an NBA player, Steiny. It's more stuff.
He's not an NBA player, but you want him to play on a championship team when he's not refined enough. He's just not refined enough. But again, we're going to the playoffs, hopefully.
Yeah.
We got a 20-year-old. He's 20, playing 20 minutes a night. Like, why? Like, this is one. Why are we yelling at each other about Jonathan Kuminga? He's in the rotation. He's in the rotation. He's playing 20 minutes a night since he had some DNPs early. Those are gone. Those DNPs are gone. He's playing 20 minutes a night. He'll play more if he does what Steve Kerr wants him to do. More consistently. Like, I think 20 minutes for Kuminga, with what you're trying to accomplish this year, it's probably about right. I think if you play him more and think you're going to run the table, I don't know. That seems hard. All right, on the other side, we're going to talk to Jeff Van Gundy. And then we'll take your calls on 95.7 The Game. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com.
I'm not going to answer it because I don't care.
who's your MVP with like 9-10 games left? How would you answer that?
I would answer it that I'm not going to answer it because I don't care.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's a good day,
I was telling Dibs about. Now there's 2 plays I got to tell the listeners about that are absolutely genius plays because I guess Michigan State did something or Kansas State did something.
We got a game tonight, baby.
We do have a game tonight, but first we have Zaza Pachulia coming up in a half hour. It is the executive show. We've got John Heyman. We're going to talk some baseball at 1:30. Right now, we talked to Jeff Van Gundy earlier today. Great interview. We started out with the important stuff about Division III basketball.
I would say they do. They just lost in the finals, didn't they?
You don't keep up? See, I can tell you about the Franklin and Marshall Diplomats, Jeff. I can tell you what they went 13-11 this season.
All right.
All right, let's get to the Golden State Warriors. Where do you stand? Because I think, Jeff, a lot of people have looked at their first 73 games and say, look, this is who they are. Another segment says they have championship pedigree, they can still do it. Where do you come down on that?
Well, I think to know that, I'd have to know if Wiggins was going to play because they don't have enough without Wiggins to win a championship. With Wiggins and with Curry playing great basketball, they would have a puncher's chance. The Western Conference is down this year. There's no one who's basically, I think, unbeatable. And so if they have their full roster and they get Peyton back as well, then maybe they would have enough. Obviously, the road woes are confounding, and but they have to get one road win in any given series. So I think Wiggins is imperative to their championship hopes, and Peyton's important as well.
Jeff, my partner and I are like you and Mark Jackson. I'm Mark Jackson, he's you, because we go at it, and it is great banter. But I'm looking at the Western Conference, and I've given props to Denver, Sac, Memphis for even surviving without Ja, and Phoenix with KD. And I'm like, you know what? I know this season hasn't gone according to plan from a Warrior standpoint, but Jeff, they're champs until I see somebody knock them out. Denver, Sac, all those other teams have to show me. When you look at the top teams in the West, is that a fair statement for me to where I got to see it?
Well, I think more importantly for those teams, they've got to prove it to themselves. We all know that regular season basketball has been devalued in our league by everyone, players, coaches, teams, media. And so a lot of it is where you are health-wise and who chooses to rest on what given night. Denver's played exceptionally good basketball this year. They're in a little bit of a down period now, but they've played very well. Do they have enough for a playoff run to win 4 series? I think they would have to prove that to themselves. Memphis, on the other hand, believes, it seems to me, many nights that they've already won 4 championships. And so they have just the opposite. They have to make sure that they're staying in the present so that they can maximize their opportunity in a down year in the Western Conference. And, Phoenix has a ton of talent if Durant's healthy. To me, they would be your favorite. The Clippers, if Paul George is okay and can play, their season 2 has been confounding. So I just think there's so much upheaval in the Western Conference this year because of how teams have devalued the regular season and how injuries have impacted it, that I wouldn't be surprised if any lower seed beat a higher seed in round 1.
Jeff Van Gundy joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him tonight. Warriors at Dallas, big game, 6 seed at stake. Jeff, Steph Curry's 35 years old, and he's still playing at a high level, and he's still got a few more years left on his contract. the Warriors are in a situation now where, Klay's getting up there, Draymond's getting up there, Steph's still playing at a high level, and there's kind of a split with the fan base of, can we get Steph Curry more help immediately, which may involve trading a Poole or Kuminga? If you were where you are in the Warriors kind of dynasty, I mean, how do you kind of still build around a 35-year-old, even though he is playing at a high level?
Well, I think, he's had some durability issues, but in the past, when they've had the durability issues, they've struggled when he hasn't been playing, but they've always, they've been dominant for years when he's been on the floor. This year, it's totally different. Even at this high level, since he's come back from injury, I think they're 3-6, and he's put up huge numbers on high efficiency. They have actually a losing record with, Curry this year. So he alone cannot, go out and win a championship. Their roster last year was better. He was unbelievable in the finals, and they pulled off, to me, the most improbable championship I've seen in a long period of time. He's good enough. The roster needs to improve. Obviously that starts with Wiggins. I think he would be their second most important player right now. And then they, like you said, they have big decisions. But certainly if they're going to have a championship window at this late point in Curry's career, they're going to have to supplement the roster much better.
Jeff, let me ask you this. I've been watching the games, the NBA since the 80s. I love it. But there's too many three-pointers for my liking right now. And tonight we might see 100 three-point attempts combined between Dallas and Golden State. And I just miss the presence of the low post and the ball going in there. Can you speak to what you see when you call these games? And do you think a guy like me sounds like the old head, or is there something to it with these three-pointers?
Well, I think the thing that I find at sometimes, the skill level is amazing. The NBA player today, their skill and athleticism is truly, truly incredible. I think what I miss is the variety of style of play. Everybody plays very, very similarly now. They run the same actions. They all try to, hunt, 3-point shots down. And I think the teams that fall short don't have the skill, obviously. But I just miss the variety of different styles of play. And I think that at times, coupled with the devaluation of the regular season, makes regular season NBA basketball sometimes very monotonous to watch, because you're watching the same game over and over with different actors.
Jeff Van Gundy joining us on 95.7 The Game. He'll be on the call tonight. Warriors at Dallas, and I'm noticing right now, Jeff, Luka Doncic has been upgraded to probable for tonight. Let me just ask you this, because the Warriors have had unbelievable success the last 10 years. There's a segment of the fan base where it's championship or nothing. I'm looking at this team a little differently. I'm looking at this team almost like the We Believe team from 2007. Hey, they're about 500. Can they make a run? I guess my question to you would be, so I'm excited about tonight's game. Do you get excited for a game like tonight, or do you just have to remain at an even keel?
No, I really get excited for Warriors games because they play differently. They're the one team offensively that plays differently. They don't run a preponderance of pick and rolls. They don't come down and isolate. So because of Curry and Thompson, and to a lesser degree Poole's willingness to move and their skill to be able to shoot on the move, they play different. And I love that. And anytime you get a chance to watch Curry, it's, you can't take that for granted. I mean, he's just been so dominant over the last decade, and he's retained his humility along the way as he's ventured into many different things. So I just really like watching them. And then Dallas, they play totally differently, but to see the, superb skill level of Doncic, if he does play, and Irving, if he does play, that's always fun to watch too. So, yes, I really love watching the Warriors play, and I love watching, like I said before, a different style, because Doncic plays his way, but so many teams play like that, where the ball's primarily in one player's hands, and he runs pick and roll, and that's how they play. So I love watching the Warriors because of their differences in style.
Jeff, I was watching Jokic the other day, and I text my partner, man, the dude's incredible. He's great. And it was around the MVP discussion because he may be on the cusp of winning it 3 years in a row. And I was just looking at so many other players. And Ramona Shelburne a couple years back said, she admitted she'd voted for the MVP based on a narrative. And I was thinking, well, Embiid's trying to get over the hump. He hasn't got it. If I were to ask Jeff Van Gundy, which I am today, who's your MVP with like 9-10 games left, how would you answer that?
I would answer it that I'm not going to answer it because I don't care. That's the
You
bottom.
sound like my partner.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I truly...
Why don't you care, Jeff?
I care only because the players who are so great care, and they should care because, it's an award given. But the one thing I hate about all the comparisons between players when I hear the talk shows talking about them is they don't just try to state their case for their guy. They try to devalue the other players and their accomplishments. And I find that distasteful. If you're a math person, Jokic wins in a landslide. He just does. If you want to do all the advanced stats and all that, it'd be a landslide. If you want to go by a recency thing, Embiid is on a run that is incredible. If you value, durability and playing in more games, then Giannis's candidacy takes a hit a little bit. If that's not important to you, then there's no one more dominant than Antetokounmpo. So there's a lot of great players. I don't know who should actually vote for MVP because when I look at the All-Star ballot, the fans do a cruddy job, the coaches do a cruddy job, the players take it as a joke and vote for, all these random guys. So I don't really know who should actually have the honor of picking an MVP. But I know it's important to the players, and there's a lot of viable candidates.
Wow. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun in Dallas tonight on the call, and really appreciate you joining us on the kind of the spur of the moment. Thank you, sir.
All right. Take care, guys.
Yeah, Jeff Van Gundy. Love him.
Slash Jeff Steinmetz. Boy, he said, I do not care.
I mean, Wiggins, I don't think the Warriors can win it without Wiggins either. I think a lot of people say that. This was the big one. And we used to have this discussion all the time. I used to have it with Warrior fans. Why do we have to... Steph Curry's great. The Warriors are great. They're better than the Rockets. Steph got over on Harden. Why did we have to denigrate James Harden? That's what Van Gundy's talking about. And I agree with him because I always said...
We always said...
No, he doesn't stink.
He had the KD Warriors down 3-2.
And he hates the MVP. He doesn't care. I could care less.
I love that trophy, man.
I don't care.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
The Heisman and the MVP they give to you the night of whatever game. I just picture Jordan when he'd be in his white home sweatsuit, and Stern would be right there. Mike would hold it up. Curry, too. Durant crying, talking about Mama Durant.
Yeah, let's go to Rob. We haven't talked to Rob and Sam Bruno.
Wait, he called a morning, guys. It's all good. Please. We all family.
Oh.
What's going on, fellas?
Talk to us.
Hey, Guru. Guru, I agree with you, man.
Oh, I love you.
This the NBA, man. And the three things that you need in the NBA, modern day, you need to be able to jump, run, and finish at the hoop. The shooting matters as well. But I just feel like 2 to 3 things the Warriors don't have. When they played Memphis beat the Warriors because the Warriors can't beat them down low. Draymond gets outplayed by Jaren Jackson. Steph Curry, he's putting up a lot of points, but he can't guard anybody. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and then you got Jordan Poole out there willy-nilly throwing the ball away. This team is not constructed to be a championship team. Years ago when the Warriors first started out, they came out, it was new to the NBA. We have never seen this type of shooting from 2 players that can do that. Now everybody got that. And what else can the Warriors do? The Warriors only play one style of basketball. They haven't adapted. The front office haven't adapted. Curry haven't adapted. I'm going to say this. Curry hasn't adapted. Curry's mindset is to score. I think his mindset needs to be less scoring. Let Jordan Poole get off. Let Clay get off. You know, get Kuminga going. When you go into the hoop, don't go look in the score. Look to dish it off. I feel like if Chris Paul was on this particular team, I think you'll get more out of Kuminga. You'll get more out of Poole. But I think Curry's mindset is to be a scorer. And I feel like the Warriors don't have a real facilitator outside of Draymond. But Draymond, to me, is a facilitator of the system. He's not really a great point guard. You know what I'm saying? So I think the Warriors, yes.
Good stuff, Rob.
No,
appreciate
man,
it.
Stoney. You talked about it earlier, Curry.
I mean,
he ain't dishing to the 3-point line.
Well, but it's also, I mean,
facilitator.
No, Chris Paul would get Kuminga more involved, but then you wouldn't have Steph Curry.
Right. We don't want that.
But here's the thing.
But Rob, I'm with
First
you,
of all,
man.
Let's just last 5 games, Kuminga. Let's just because
right. I think it's not going to be that great.
Here's the new thing. Here's the new thing for me.
Yeah,
Kuminga's doing great. Like, because he is. He's giving them everything they want. Everything they ask him, he's giving them right now. 5 games ago, he had played 27 minutes. He had 21 points against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
He was great.
Then he twisted his ankle, and he missed 3 games. Okay, so he's played 4 games since then, all in the trip, at LAC, at Atlanta, at Memphis, at Houston. Rob from San Bruno was talking about the Memphis game. He played 30 minutes, and he had 24 points. He's played 19 minutes, 26 minutes, 30 minutes, 26 minutes. He scored 8, 10, 24, and 17. And rebounding-wise, well, he didn't have a rebound. This is the issue, probably. He had 0 rebounds against the Clippers, then 6, then 8, then 3 against. I mean, I think he's doing fine. I really do.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you're talking about this current state of the Warriors and what they're without, I won't even mention names, and you know, people are talking about and sharing their opinion, and they're entitled to it, about a cap or a ceiling for this Warrior team. When you look around and just ask yourself or scratch your head and say, who can give me more? Kuminga comes to mind to me.
Well,
and you got him in your safe place.
He needs to rebound more.
No doubt.
Okay. He needs to defend better.
It's about that 20. How can I get it to 25?
I just told you how. Run harder,
right.
Rebound more,
and that could be upon us, right? So it ain't
Maybe
just
it is.
Yeah. Like, I'm excited, and the one thing about today when I get to Caddy, I do not want you to think your partner thought, give him the ball. I told you he needed to get with Handy before anybody. I told you. Give it. Evan will back me up. I said he needs to get with Handy. He got that one spin move, and I'm getting mad. I love you, Kuminga, but you got to get that.
And you also want him to play more when he doesn't deserve it.
I want him to start. I'll tell. Hey, this is something in the back pocket.
He's too limited.
You watch.
I watch what?
I almost want to make another bet.
Start.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But then Looney's probably not going to start.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't think those 3 guys are going to start together.
Okay, let's talk about what Rob said. And every time I say it, and maybe if JD said it, you would bite. But do you think the way the Warriors have played offense, they need a tune-up?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Like the Dre screen setting. I'll never say that's not important. But I'm just talking about sometimes you evolve. And if the league has caught up to how the Warriors are going to play, because, dude, I've seen Curry and Clay dribble, waiting to, and they ain't beating the man. Good defense. Like, does Draymond need to be a scorer? Or
like, are you really doing this?
No, I'm telling you.
No,
there's life without Draymond setting screens. That I'm just like you can't tell me I'm wrong. There's a possibility of the Warriors getting somebody on the block.
What do the Warriors need? What do you think they need?
Athleticism. They need creativity.
Well, that's not going to be.
They need another dude that could create their own shot.
Who's
Wiggins? They need Andrew. Don't forget where he's at. They need that. That is, if it ain't their heart, Curry's their heart.
I wasn't sure.
It's a liver.
Sure. I wasn't sure where you're going with. Do they need Draymond to score more?
Oh, no. I'm saying what Draymond brings, we all know he can get you 11 to 15. But if he were 2000, I watched that game the other day, 2016, Dre, oh my gosh. Okay, 7 years later. My thing is, Matthew, we're talking about what could happen. What if Draymond, what if he just said, I'm out? What if he became a player that could score? And things would change just a little bit, but you would be more dynamic. Maybe
I don't think you would. I think you'd be less dynamic.
You think
because what makes the Warriors dynamic is Draymond's passing. That's what makes the Warriors dynamic. To me, one of the reasons. I mean, I think if you replace Draymond Green with an 18-point score, but he's mostly an offensive player. I'm not advocating
for Dre to be gone.
Is he but mostly an offensive player?
Yeah, no doubt. That's exactly.
So offense isn't the problem. Defense is the problem. You want to get rid of Draymond and bring a scorer on.
Okay.
Come on.
Hold on. Sometimes, I say this about all sports. Sometimes your best defense is your offense.
Well, they're doing that now. 138,
But are they really doing it, though, Stoney? Because they labor to get their points. I'm telling you, man, I watched that Houston game. It wasn't nothing. And normally when you're playing the youngsters, and I'm living in the past.
I know you are. You really are. You're living in the past and you're living in the future. You need to live right here and right now because we got a team that's in 6th. Can we have a team that climbs up to 5? Can they avoid the play-in game? And you know what? Avoid the play-in game, jump into the playoffs. Let's see. Let's see how far you can go.
There's 9 left.
Warrior fans, you won your first title in 2014-15. This same core won a title last year. Let's see what they can do this year. Let's not expect them to win it. It's not fair to expect the team to go back-to-back. That's ridiculous. They're 36-35, 37-36. Let's see if they can make a run. There's only one thing left to do, people. Sit back, enjoy it, and let's see how far the Warriors can go this year. We got Zaza Pachulia coming up on the other side. It's a Warriors Wednesday. It's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby, CURBEE.com. That segment was also sponsored by AC Transit. Up next, the executive show, Zaza Pachulia.
Nothing easy.
respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great too.
Welcome to The Executive Show.
Nothing easy!
On 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress. Budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
All righty. It is The Executive Show. Let's jump out and talk to Zaza Pachulia. Zaza, what's going on? How you doing, man?
I'm pretty good, guys. I think we are in it's a very interesting time of the year. Like I'm looking at I'm in front of my computer right now, looking at the standings.
Yep.
And seeing only 9 games left, and seeing a bunch of teams, together, matched up together, and then 1 or 2 games can be a difference makers for a lot of teams. And I'm pretty sure. I mean, of course, we worry about our team, and we wishing all the best for our Warriors. But it must be a good time of the year for the NBA fans in general. So all over the world, where every game matters and every bucket counts now. So NBA fans must be loving this situation.
Yeah, unless you're in San Antonio, then maybe San Antonio or Charlotte. But no, there are a lot of teams that are still alive. One of the things, I think you guys are in 6th right now. Obviously, the game against Dallas tonight's a big game and for positioning, et cetera. But you guys have struggled on the road, and you're at the end of a 5-game road trip. You're 1-3 on it. You beat the Rockets. My question is this: have you sensed more of a sense of urgency on this trip? And do you expect tonight's game to look more intense than maybe some other games?
Whole year long, we've been talking about, the challenge of the road games, right? So currently we are 8-29 on the road. And it never got better, right? It's been pretty standard, on the road, even though we won last game against Houston Rockets, who are, kind of dead last, in the Western Conference. But I want to take tonight's game, and look at it separately. Now, this is probably one of the biggest games that we have against Dallas Mavericks, who is right behind us. And, who's trying to get in top 6. And, with this win, there's a lot of things can change in the standings, right? So I think this is a test. Really, I think tonight's game really, and I don't want to put that impression. I'm sure guys not listening right now. But realistically talking, I mean, tonight's game really going to determine what we're made of. Is it not that we have not been trying to win the road games, the 29 losses we have, but it's over the end of the season. We've been trying to figure out the injuries and the rotations, and if you guys remember all the things, right? The lineups. But now it's time actually to really see. Was it the championship hangover we talked about it? Is it because of really there was disruptions going on with the injuries and lineup changes and minutes and etc. Now's the time, because there's only 9 games left. You don't have too many opportunities right now to figure things out. And I think I look at it, this game, it's a statement game.
Wow, Zaza, I'm with you. We're both excited. Now, you played in the league, and I'm going to bring up this word, communication, because I feel like it's the most important word, regardless if you're in the NBA or not. And I was telling my partner, let's just assume Wiggins does not come back. That was, from a basketball standpoint, a blow. And I'm looking at Kuminga. He's been fine, Zaza, but I live in a world to where I was telling my partner, maybe Kerr or some of the coaches or players pull him to the side and say, you know what, we're going to need you to kind of take it up another level. Can you talk to us about the dynamic within an NBA team to where that communication happens? And how often does it happen for a young player like Kuminga? Because I feel like he could take on a bigger role.
You actually mentioned one of my favorite values, and I believe in his word, communication. And, I believe it's never enough for us, especially in today's world. We all busy and we all doing our things, and it's never enough to communicate. And actually, we should always try to over-communicate. It's better to over-communicate than not, under-communicate. it is crucial. It's one of the biggest factors of the success, in my opinion, for any organization, any team, even within the family. Like, you know, it doesn't matter the scale of the family. It's always important to communicate. So, and also I would like to tell you, because I played for Coach Kerr, he's probably one of the best communicated coaches I ever had in my 16-year career. And I can tell you so many examples, and I have my favorite story as well with him, and I'm more than happy to share if you guys want to. But talking about Kuminga, I have no doubt. Obviously, I don't spend daily basis time with the team, and I don't travel with the team as much. But I'm pretty sure I know Steve. I played for him. I know his communication skills and importance. And he's not only a coach; he's a mentor. You know, he's a psychologist. You know, those things really resonate with Steve Kerr, and that's why he's one of the best. Not because, you know, the plays he has, those substitutions he makes. No, because his communication skills is so amazing. His psychological part is so important, and he knows how to motivate the guys and how to get those guys ready. And Kuminga, you know, that's what he wanted, right? He wanted to get a chance, and because if you guys remember, first year especially, a lot of ups and downs, you know, with minutes and, you know, his involvement. And this is the time. And, you know, we always talk about, young fella, take your time. Your time going to come, right? It's not that easy to earn the trust and minutes in this league within so many amazing players. And here he is, you know, after a couple of years later, you know, he's getting consistent minutes and he's been delivering as well. So happy for him. But at the same time, I always say, you know, especially for young guys, because I experienced myself, to make it is hard, but to keep your spot out there, to earn your minutes and continue to earning your minutes daily basis in every single game, it's even harder, you know, because consistency is last thing counts for the young guys. So happy for him, and, you know, he knows, I'm pretty sure he knows that we don't know that his presence is going to be difference makers for our success.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on the executive show. As long as we're talking about Jonathan, let's keep it there, because he's probably the most intriguing Warrior, maybe the most intriguing young player. So I'm looking at Kuminga, and I'm saying he's 20 years old, and he's getting 20 minutes a game on a pretty good team, and he's coming along nicely. There are a lot of fans that want him to do more. They want him to play more. They want him to score more. They want him to do, you know, they want him to be on the floor more. What does Jonathan Kuminga have to do to go from a rotation player to a starter on this team, or does it kind of just depend on how long Draymond's around?
Yeah, it's not it's not an easy answer on that, because so many things have to happen on a consistent basis. I'm going to use this word consistency again, because somebody has a good stretch, it really doesn't mean that, you know, the player is, you know, starter, or vice versa. If somebody has a, you know, bad stretch, couple of games, it doesn't mean that he's not a good player, you know. So you can go both ways, but I always tell the young guys this, like, look at it as a journey. Like, don't look at it, it's not a sprint, right? It's a marathon. Like, talking about, you know, with the James Wiseman, I had a similar conversation. I say, listen, the goal is to have 10 plus, 15 plus year career, right? That's the goal. And, you know, eventually every season is about making steps forward. Are you making steps forward? You know, health-wise, strength-wise, IQ-wise, experience-wise, stats-wise, everything matters, you know. So, and as far as he continues to do all these little things and deliver it every single time he gets a chance, and, you know, continues to play hard, I'm pretty sure those days will come for him where he's more involved with the team and maybe become a starter, maybe becomes a franchise player. Who knows? But, you know, eventually success doesn't come overnight, and like I say, it's a journey, and it's just beautiful for me to see the young guys like Jordan Poole and Kuminga, and hopefully Moody as well, and PBJ, where they're going to grow in front of us. And, you know, for them, where they were drafted and where they are now and where they're going to be 5 years later, hopefully again wearing the Warriors jerseys, that's the most beautiful part of the career of the young players.
So let me ask you this, because we had Bob last week, and, you know, as a fan that I am and all that the Warriors have accomplished, you know, here with these 4 rings, I've been hearing the word disconnect, like the players aren't connected. And I'm on my couch or at the arena. I don't know what goes on behind closed doors, but Zaza, I told and asked Bob, I don't see it. But you know the inner workings of a team, and when you hear that word, about this current team with Clay, Dre, and Steph and Iguodala. How would you answer that when some people say, you know what, I feel like they're not connected? What's that about?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting comment. And, when you look at it, when things doesn't go right way, and I don't want to say it doesn't go right way, but, expectations probably were better, from us to have a better record and not to be on the 6th seed right now, but maybe be in the top 4 or maybe on the top, right? Because you expect that from the championship caliber team and, team that won the championship last year. So, and then when your record shows that you're 6th and, if you lose game tonight, you're going to, drop out of 6th, right? This kind of conversation is always becoming automatically, right? There's a disconnect. What's wrong with the Warriors? And, bottom line, we always have to remind ourselves we've been fortunate to win 4 championships in 8 years because winning is not easy. It's not easy. It doesn't come that easily. It takes a lot of work and, it takes a lot of contribution and a lot of things have to go your way. And like I say, there might be a little disconnect. There may be. But at the same time, there's a lot of positive things as well with the experience of with still having amazing players like Steph, Clay, and Draymond, and they're all playing amazing basketball. Looking at the stats of Steph and, another chance for him to finish this season. I think it's going to be second in his career with 50, 40, and 90 percentage-wise. And Draymond still pushing to win, to be the first team of all defense, NBA team. And Clay has been having his career year. A lot of good things are happening as well. So I don't think these kind of things would be happening if there was total disconnect. At home, we're pretty good. We just have to figure out the road thing, and maybe it's mentality, maybe, I think it's more defense and also communication and connection, and maybe there's a little bit disconnect on the road. But I think we still have a little bit of time left. I know it's not too much, but it's still 9 games, a couple road games, and the playoff starts, and hopefully we're going to be part of it. And we just need to figure out, and not too much time left. And whatever it is a disconnect. It's some small things, and we just have to lock in and get to the place where we're supposed to.
Zaza, great stuff as always. Tonight's game obviously big, and the last 9 games should be a lot of fun.
Thanks.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm looking forward to tonight's game. As we talk, it's going to be a big game. At the same time, I want to share with you some cool stories that I experienced last year.
Oh, yeah.
I want to give a shout-out to Joe Lacob and Peter Gruber and Brendan Schneider, our leadership team, who obviously it's their decision. And I was part of it, so it's such an honoring moment for me to be part of this amazing moment for our part-time employees. And there were over 100 people, actually, I saw yesterday at Chase Center. And they all got the championship rings from last year. So, again, when you're a kind of part-time member, I said, are you really a part of the Warriors of the championship run or not? It's always kind of gray area. So I think yesterday's moment and experience clearly showed and made them feel, at least that's kind of feedback we got. And that's why Warriors are amazing, to make them feel like they are a huge part of our success on and off the court, even though they might be called as a part-timers. And I want to give us, credit and shout out to our leadership team who made a decision that, we're going to honor our part-time employees with the championship ring. Well deserved, because, our success on and off the court, it really counts, if we all contribute as a team and work as a team, So I know we're talking about, Warriors. I know we're talking about our team, but, there's so many people off the court as well who's done amazing and continues to do the amazing job to make the difference and to make sure that our fans are getting great experience when they come to the Chase Center, and we all enjoy being part of this journey.
Yeah, Zaza, great stuff. I'm glad you shouted that out. Now, what about the unpaid interns? Did they get a ring?
Well, they got their rings as well. Yes.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Nice.
Of them too. So
I was kind of kidding, but that is cool, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's cool. That's why I want to share. Because, honestly, driving back home, even though it was a crazy drive with all the weather and the conditions, I was keep thinking about it. I had a smile on my face. I said, how cool is that? And I kind of put myself in that situation, how happy they are, and especially sharing this moment with their loved ones, the families, where they really felt like part of the organization, and such a special moment for them. And for me, as I say, it's been honored to be part of it, and I saw a lot of smiley and happy faces, because like I say, it's not given that we're going to win the championships. We obviously been talking about the last 15, 20 minutes. Where are we and what's happening and what to expect? So it's not given that we're going to win enough. Maybe for some of them, maybe it's only one and done in their life and in their career. But pretty cool moment.
Hey, Zaza, I'm going to be at the game Friday. If you're around, I'm going to come introduce myself and say hello, man.
I don't have any ring for you, my man, but
I'm coming to say hello. You're a good dude. I don't need no hardware.
Thanks, always, guys.
Yeah. All right.
Feels like we are family now.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Zaza,
thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. That's Zaza Pachulia. That is the executive show brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress. Budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3-YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
I have a Steiny button, and when I press it, it's the most beautiful thing. You looked up at me like, where are you going? I'm going to just tell him I'm going to come say hello, introduce he's a good dude, man. I'm going to see you Saturday, Saint. Yeah, I'm going Friday. I'm going to say hello.
I got a piece of news.
Uh-oh.
Well, no Tim Hardaway Jr. tonight.
Oh, that's big.
He's been downgraded. He's got COVID, apparently. No, these are games March 28th and March 31st. Never mind. Good general note. The Golden State Warriors, they have invited the 2 Oakland high school basketball teams that have recently won state championships to a game at the Chase Center. So on the March 28th and March 31st, the Oakland high school boys and Oakland Tech girls.
That's beautiful.
They're going to be honored by the Warriors, and Steve Kerr may do the introductions for them.
Oh, that's dope. I still got to ask a question.
I'll tell you what, man. Kids nowadays get everything. They get every break in the book.
This is the hell with the kids part 3.
It kind of is.
They won. It ain't every team.
It's like I go back home, and it's like, it's like my old high school league.
Yeah.
It's like,
what's the name of it? Mine was MVAL.
12 teams make the playoffs, and they're playing 36-game season, which means everybody scores 1,000 points. There's like 7 different all-league teams that have big trophies and ribbons. It's like,
it's about the kids.
What are we doing?
So you want some kids to feel heartache and pain. Like they won the chip, the state, the boys and girls. What game is that? Do we know?
The 31st is the Spurs.
And Hardaway, he's out tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Warriors, Evan's happy.
415 is a great question, and I'll answer it. I'll answer it with what I think I know. Are employee rings the same as the players with the real diamonds? Pretty sure the answer is no. I think, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to the championship rings, pretty sure they have different levels of the ring.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, well, why don't you explain it?
No, they got some bling, but it ain't the same.
You know what? You should have done this anyway. I don't wear rings.
Well, I do. But
go ahead. Okay, why don't you answer?
No, go ahead. Hey, I'm just telling you what I know. I've known some people that work over there, and they get, I don't want to call it replica, but it's a ring, expensive ring, but from my understanding, this is a guesstimate, just my word and sales, it ain't the actual what the players get. It's a ring, but it ain't the one that Curry and Draymond
Did you just say you were guessing?
It was a guesstimate.
So in other words, I start explaining it, and I have actually some knowledge.
And I do too, so we put it together.
But you just said you were guessing.
Well, yeah, to be safe. Because things may have changed in the last year.
To be safe. See,
listen.
You're.
Hey, but the Zaza invite, me telling them I'm introduced myself didn't bother you. I thought I saw you look up.
No, it bothered me.
Just people meeting people, huh?
I mean,
kids getting trophies bothers you.
It's about who you want to meet.
We're bonding. I feel like I know the guy. He said family. family ain't never met.
The only reason you want to bond with Zaza Pachulia is because your hope is he'll give you something down the line.
That hurts. You wouldn't say that at my funeral. So I know how you really feel about me. So that's material. Right. Damn. Dude, big game.
Yeah.
4:30. Well,
Dallas.
not for you. About 7 for you.
Yeah. Let's go to Jason in San Jose. He's been waiting a while. Thanks for waiting, Jason. Appreciate it.
Hey, yeah, thanks. Hey, man, I was just calling. I feel like Curry's getting a lot of like hate and slander right now. Like your last caller's like, oh, he's got to change. I mean, Curry changed the Warriors franchise. I've been a fan since Terry Teague was our top scorer, but Curry completely changed the franchise. People want to come play with Curry. He has changed from year one to now. He is a good defender now. He is the best shooter in the game. Like, we can't say, oh, you got to do something else. You got to let the best shooter shoot and play his game. And he works to make everyone around him better. And he is one of the primary reasons that we won 4 championships in the last 8 years.
Absolutely.
So the callers that are calling in saying he's got to change, man, he's the guy that's leading us. He's been doing it. We can't change 9 games before the playoffs.
Thank you, Jason.
And
He's
it's
also
a
35 years.
Yeah, I don't think it was callers. Steph is on Elliot Ness.
John Heyman in 6-8 minutes.
Little baseball, Steiny.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Did you see Mike Trout K against Ohtani, his teammate?
Yeah, I saw.
It was a
nasty slider.
Ooh, it's nasty.
That slider comes in, it looks like a fastball.
Pitching is the closest thing to magic. The things that they make that ball do.
I was going to say something about, I think there is a discussion to be had as it relates to Curry, the system, and other players. And that is the Warriors run an open system. You heard Jeff Van Gundy basically say, I like watching the Warriors because they play differently than every other team in the league. They play differently than any other team in the league because they have special personnel led by Steph Curry, who, again, is as great off the ball as he is on. So that means you can play this open style because it benefits your superstar. I think it's a fair issue to say, well, at what point, okay, we're just going to do that the whole time until he retires, because I really do believe Wiseman is a player that maybe they should have known at least in the first 2-3 years he wasn't going to be able to play with Curry.
Or you're going to laugh at this. Maybe they had a Wiseman package.
Hey,
something.
It's not crazy.
Yeah.
Not crazy. But then then you get into, can we develop Wiseman and Kuminga while I think looking back at it, we're all going to say it just wasn't, the plan just didn't work.
Steiny, and I'm watching him, forget if the ball goes in or not, talking about Wiseman, he just looks free, man. It's looked like he's just been out of basketball prison. And I'm talking about his mind. He's just playing freely, man. And I'm happy for him. And I know it's too early to judge, but what the Warriors got for him in return, and I'm not mad at GP2, Steiny, this one will not go away anytime soon.
All righty. Coming up on the other side, we've got Odyssey MLB Insider John Heyman. 415 Guru is just a networker. That's all, Steiny. Mm-hmm.
I like that.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Joining the show is Odyssey MLB Insider John Heyman. Insider calls presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sportsbooks don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. John's also the host of the Odyssey original podcast, Big Time Baseball. In fact, take a listen to that. He had Mets owner Steve Cohen on today. He does that podcast along with Cody Decker, Tony Gwynn Jr., and they cover the entire major leagues.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it all.
How you doing? Good to be here.
Yeah. Okay, so the Giants had a tough offseason. They didn't get Judge, and the Correa non-signing obviously still lingers. What's your outlook for the San Francisco Giants this upcoming season?
Well, 2 years ago, they had the best record in baseball. Last year, they were about average. They're an unpredictable team. I liked some of their signings. I think Minaya has potential to do better than he did last year. Stripling, I think he's had not a great spring, but I like him. They did some good short-term signings. I know that Conforto, if healthy, can be outstanding. So, they look like an above-average team to me. Obviously, in a very tough division. Now that San Diego is a sudden powerhouse, the Dodgers are pretty good, too.
So, can I assume with the seventh playoff spot, you think they'll be in the mix for it?
Yeah, I think they're in the mix. I could easily see them getting into the top six. I see them as a contender. I don't see them as a definite, as I would say with probably San Diego and Los Angeles, but they're a contender.
John, let me ask you this, because the Giants shocked the world a couple years ago, won 107 games. I was floored. And, baseball, anything can happen. But they were in on Judge. They didn't get him. They were in on Correa. We know what happened with the medicals. I don't know. They got a season to get ready for, John. I told my partner and the fans, if they got a whiteboard, and I'm talking about ownership, it better have Ohtani's name written down 900 times. Like, this guy, to me, John, is two players. He's exactly what the Giants need. Talk to me about the Giant brass and what they would have to give or what it would take to land Ohtani here in the Bay.
Yeah, well, my opinion is he's probably not getting traded. I know a lot of people think that the Angels won't be in it, and then they'll trade him. But, they weren't in it last year. That was the time to trade him when there was still 2 years to go and the value was highest. So I don't think the owner, Artie Moreno, who's still the owner there, I do not think he wants to deal him. So I think it's going to be free agent, and I do think the Giants will be in. I think they're clearly a team that will be in. They obviously had the money for Judge. They had the money for Correa. This is more money, but they've done very well from a business standpoint. They would like to get a superstar, and I would almost guarantee that they will be in. The Dodgers definitely will be in. That one's 100%. Giants close to 100% that they're going to be in. I think the Padres will likely be in. The Angels will be in to some degree. I don't think they're going to get him. So, he does want to go to the West Coast, so that's a positive. But on the other hand, he's tired of not being in the playoffs, and looking at it from afar anyway. If you want to be in the playoffs every year, it's probably pretty easy to pick the Dodgers, isn't it?
John, let me follow up. Do you think Ohtani's impact, he's my favorite player because he's doing two things at once. And if you look at the NBA or all these other sports, it's about nights off and load management. Do you think we'll see more American-born baseball players take on the Ohtani model to where they'll be let to do both?
Yeah, it's really not encouraged in this country, and the reason it's not encouraged, I think, is because there isn't a history of much success with it. Obviously, Babe Ruth, although Babe Ruth, only did it for a little while. He was obviously a great pitcher, then he was a great hitter. It overlapped a bit, but not to this degree, where Ohtani is one of the top 10 sluggers in the game and one of the top 10 pitchers. It's really amazing. There have been guys who've dabbled, tried it, in the minor leagues, but it does not have a high success rate. This guy is just an uber talent. He's unbelievable. I saw him in batting practice. I couldn't even believe where he was hitting balls. It was up basically against the back wall in Orleans Park, and I see a lot of games there, and I've never seen anybody hit the balls there. I've never. He's got the most power of anybody in the game, and he throws 100, and he's got great speed. He's one of a kind, and he's going to get $500 million plus, and probably deserve it. I mean, there's a question how long he's going to be able to do both, but while he does both, there is no player that even comes close to him.
Yeah, John Heyman joining us. He's our Odyssey MLB insider. John, I'm a guy who grew up loving baseball, kind of fell out of love with it, lost a little interest. I'll be honest with you. You know what? I'm a little bit intrigued by the pitch clock, the bigger bases, the thing with the shift. I'm probably going to be more interested just off the bat to see that stuff. Do you think there are a lot of people like me?
I'm not sure about that. I do think that it will help because the games are shorter and there's more action, less dead time. I think a lot of people appreciate that. I certainly do as somebody with deadlines, East Coast deadlines. It is needed. And I saw there were some complaints from some players. I mean, baseball is going to be resistant to those complaints. They've spent a lot of time on this and gotten the 15 seconds after much research, and it worked well in the minor league level. And, it's going to happen, and it's a positive for baseball. I think it will help keep the interest of some of the younger people, such as yourself. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of people who've given up on baseball and then come back,
right?
Because there's bigger bases.
Right. Gotcha. Hey, John, thank you so much as always. Really appreciate it.
All right. Good talking to you guys. See you later.
Yes, sir. John Heyman, Odyssey MLB Insider. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter, beat the books, download the BetQL app, or visit BetQL.com. Hold on.
I'm about to pop.
The what?
I'm about to pop, but go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to make it clear. Notice he said I'm a young man.
Yeah. AARP.
No, I'm interested in the bigger bases and the shift and the pitch clock. So I'm going to watch baseball probably more at the start of the year than I have. I just am.
Otis Bird III, felt bad on YouTube that you lost interest or lost love, but it was natural. I just hate the Joan Rivers. I keep using that, and I don't get a lot of credit for it. I just hate that baseball's doing this facelift to try to bring people in because the bases are bigger. Look like I'm not into that.
I am.
The game is like golf. Golf never had to change. It was like you take it or leave it.
They have changed golf.
But I'm a watch. Changed. I'm lightweight excited, Steiny, but this is where I want to go. In an era of analytics, why is American-born players not looking at Ohtani? Or do you think that, hey, little Tommy, go be all you can be.
Go be Ohtani.
Yeah, go pitch and hit. We can do it. And he's having success. I mean what I'm telling you.
Okay.
I don't give a damn about the Angels, but I do now because of Ohtani.
Well, why? You didn't last year.
He's good at both.
You didn't really follow him last year.
Steady,
he was on the team.
Late
nights. What was their record?
They sucked, but he didn't.
What was his record again?
He could hit the ball out 500 feet.
What was it? What was his batting average?
Why are you taking away from the impact? I watch Angel games. I was on the thread.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
So why do you think we're going to see more American
kids
in high school?
I don't know. No, I don't.
Why? That's my problem.
Because I feel like Shohei Ohtani is one in a gazillion.
But we saw Steph Curry revolutionize the game.
Who's the next Steph Curry? There's not even anybody close to him.
The people tried to follow it.
Okay.
And we're watching that now in the league. Okay. Why is Atlanta, are these dump truck teams trying to model after the Warriors? I'm just I want to see it. And it's okay if you fail.
Right. So
you're showing us you can be blockbuster.
So more guys are going to try it. Everybody, for the most part, is going to fail because it is so hard. And then we're going to criticize guys for trying to do both.
No, see, I don't think we criticized everybody trying to be like Mike. I tried to be like Mike. Everybody, we laugh at it. But it was something that you strive for. I think my point is you're going to get hurt. Really? Because guys are getting hurt now left and right.
We can do it with the boys.
Oh, you're right.
We can do it with the boys.
Good call.
We can talk about it with the Dibs and Willard on the other side. We'll talk about it. That's what's coming up next. It's the crossover with Willard and Dibs.
10 games left. How would you answer that?
I would answer it that I'm not going to answer it because I don't care.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Stein, Matt Staley, Guru Johnson, changeover, Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. They're here 2 to 6.
Yeah,
we love this part of the show. And
some of us
what's
do.
up, gentlemen? No, so I finally figured it out. I was always under the impression that there was a break at 2:12. Okay, now
Been trying to tell you this for a week and a half.
Mark, I'm not that bright.
Damn.
Okay, I need. So
actually, you're very intelligent, but functionally, you're not that bright.
Okay. So,
dude, I know this man so
you guys
well.
come in at 1:48, and the next break is 2:25.
Yeah,
okay.
like ours.
So
or 2:26 if he's on a filibuster.
This is the thing.
He's trying
to me, the way it's probably going to go.
Lord.
Yeah.
Is most of the time.
Yeah.
The rule will be we'll be here till 2:10, 2:12. The exception will be 2:25 or 1:55, 2
We're
o'clock.
trying to figure it out in the mornings too.
At least one of us.
Yeah, we have morning action.
Right?
We overslept
that sounds
today.
pretty good.
It was our fault.
Listen,
but yeah, we got it going.
You
People
know
want this.
You know my rule.
There's no rules.
Right.
No rules.
Wow,
You
love it.
stay when you want to stay.
Right.
You go when you need to go.
Yeah.
We talk for a living. It's not like we're going to be like, well, hell, Steiny left. What the hell do we do now?
Right.
We'll be fine. If you've got to be somewhere, great. If you want to stay here till 6 at night, you can do that too.
Please.
I mean,
but I do like the nonverbal that we are now establishing because before, when we had the show leading into their show, you had the laptop. When you would close the laptop,
that was the greatest.
That would indicate that you needed to go somewhere.
Steiny's nowhere near subtle.
12:50.
He starts hooking all kinds of bags on his head. He starts.
Do you want to sit over here and I go over there?
When he closes that computer was an issue because you can't close it 3 minutes before.
That's true.
He's got some swings coming, Willard. He's excited. He's been good today.
Yeah.
All right.
He's been golfing. You're going golfing. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Hey, so I know it's Warrior Day. We'll get to it.
Yeah, big
I
game.
hate feeling rushed. Shout out Patrice.
No, you stay.
That's a 4. Patrice Rushen. I
The
get
bet
that.
between Ohtani and Trout.
Uh-huh.
I am so fixated on Ohtani. I just wonder, be like Mike when Jordan. We all tried to be like Mike. Didn't work, but we had fun. Tried to be like Mike. Steph Curry revolutionized the 3 teams. Shouldn't be doing it, but they're doing it. High school, college. Do you think we're going to see more American-born players on high school soil, Pony League, try to do Ohtani?
Yeah,
Why would you?
I sat through this already. So you guys have a great rest of the changeover. Guru, I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Your pay will be docked by 7 minutes.
Dude,
if you leave this
I'm
early.
really feeling something. Wow.
All right, now
go ahead.
So now I'm just going to start singing, and I'm going to mess with your ratings since he left in the middle of his window
and tried to say 212. But go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, whatever. Good riddance.
Yeah.
Anyway, to answer your question, there's no doubt. I actually think we're already seeing it. So the Giants drafted a player who is at this moment a two-way player. Hunter Green plays for the Cincinnati Reds.
His brother.
And I think that he is actually, if I'm not mistaken, got named their opening day starter, but is a player who now obviously is not Ohtani's level. This is not like an everyday shortstop, but he was drafted as a pitcher and a shortstop. And I mean, look.
When are we going to stop frowning on it? That's all, because our society is load management. Damn it,
I think
this dude may have the biggest contract ever next season in Major League Baseball history.
Oh, there's no may about it. That's a done deal. And you look at Tiger Woods, like all of the sudden, everybody could bomb the ball. Everybody was getting in shape. This was not a golf thing. You didn't get in shape. There were guys in the 80s cruising around with cigars on the course.
Craig Stadler.
Right? And huge bellies. Like huge bellies.
Daily.
Like you couldn't tell the difference between the
nickname was Lumpy.
You couldn't tell the difference between the PGA and the PBA in terms of the shape of the players. So, there's always, when you have people come in.
Jake Weber.
And if you're a kid in Little League right now, and it's always been this way in Little League, where the pitchers hit, and it's all
Danny Almani.
But now you've been given the avenue that when you get to college, and they're like, all right, you got to pick. No, I don't. No, I don't.
You do have to pick, and unfortunately, Shohei Ohtani is Tony Gonzalez, is who he is. He's Julius Peppers.
Wow.
These are guys who were able to play both sports.
Go ahead.
Charlie Ward, another guy,
Florida
played
State.
for the Knicks.
Yeah.
He was a quarterback. He's a Heisman Trophy winner. He played point guard.
So why do you got to
Sanders? Because
but those are multi-sport.
That's what's going to change.
Shohei's not multi-sport.
Yeah, dude, you're
but
right.
he might as well be as far as baseball is concerned because you're a pitcher and you're a hitter, and unless you are really that good at both, you're not going to be given the chance to matriculate through the system and do both.
See, I think
who's the giant guy? Crawford, not Carl Crawford.
You said they just drafted him.
I know. I forget his name off the top of my
But
head.
it's incredible.
Somebody Crawford.
Yeah.
He's a youngster.
Somebody,
he's
I love it. Yeah.
Brandon Crawford.
He's 19 years old. It's not Carl Crawford. And Mitchell
But
Crawford.
he's on the bottom tier trying to be Ohtani.
Correct.
I'm talking about striving for that to where it's not frowned upon, where you got to pick.
Reggie.
Thank you.
Reggie Crawford.
So
30th overall pick.
we will see if he's given the opportunity to do both. And he will be as long as he's great at both. But to be able to be great at both is so incredibly rare.
So the answer is incomplete now because we don't know.
No, I think the door is open, and we can still stop short of someone doing it as well as this guy does it. Tiger changes the game doesn't mean there's another Tiger. Steph changes the game doesn't mean there's another Steph.
But there may be 50,000 guys that are trying.
But those guys are one skill guys. Think about a football player who plays on both sides of the ball.
Oh, that's a little different. It's a little different. It's a little different.
It's closer. I think it's closer than Steph Curry.
I agree.
It's closer than Tiger Woods.
I agree. I'm just talking about what inspires a young athlete. And
Ohtani should.
Oh, there's no
here
doubt.
in
There's no doubt.
But he might be the best baseball player in the history of the game.
No doubt.
Wow.
I agree.
I mean,
that's wow.
So, and Tiger Woods might be the greatest golfer in the history of the game. I don't think he is. You can argue it because his fields were tougher than Jack's fields. When Jack won the 18 majors, Tiger has 15. But you're talking about Shohei Ohtani, maybe the best baseball player ever.
I feel like you're taking the question as in is there going to be another Ohtani? And I think the question is there just going to be more
I want it to be.
Right, but are there more people who are going to try and succeed at doing what he's doing?
That's the impact.
No one's going to replicate this.
Right.
But could there be more players who are an effective pitcher and an effective offensive player? I don't like. To me, no doubt.
See, I don't think so.
No doubt. We already do.
Because
we literally already do.
Like Madison Bumgarner?
No.
Guy hits 204.
No, these are new youngsters.
Like Hunter Green.
Yes.
And Reggie Crawford.
Those guys are minor leaguers.
Hunter Green is the opening day starter for the Reds.
And is he going to bat on the regular for the Reds?
Okay, I'm going to pull up what Hunter.
He can, but he ain't did it. He ain't
no
time.
And we'll see. And I think that it's going to be few and far between.
So you're saying the coaches at the high school level aren't going to allow it?
It's not high school. I think it's when you
be
become a pro and you get a guy like Reggie Crawford. Don't call me Carl. And don't call me Brandon. We'll see if he's allowed to continue to do both. You have to be great at both.
And I kind of hate that, just that notion that you got to be allowed. He's showing you he can. And Jack, I know he is unique, Ohtani. But damn it, if I'm going to a baseball field as a youngster, and I know that's different, turning pro. But if I can show you I can throw 100 and my curveball is wicked and I can hit it 500, let's go.
Yeah, I think guys are going to try, and you're going to have some.
All.
Yeah, like right now, Green is mainly a pitcher. They're going to use him in spots. I think at some point it's not going to look like Shohei. He's not that good. But I just think the point is you're going to have a bunch of these players who come up and try, and when you inevitably get the ones who really flash great talent, how is Major League Baseball now going to say no to them when you've had this success story?
Man.
3 years ago, we looked at this guy, and even in baseball structure was like, he can't do that.
Right.
Yeah, he can't.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
and he's about to get, what you say is about to be the biggest contract?
$75 million a year, I heard this morning.
This is incredible.
I mean,
come on, man.
Like, how is that just a one-off?
I told you $500 million. I told you 10 and 500, and
that I think that's going to happen.
Yeah, but $75 million a year.
Well, that's a fun conversation.
It's
isn't
really fun, is what it is.
Did you guys hear our show at all today?
No, not one day.
We had a show meeting.
I was locked up in all kinds of jails today.
So, the one thing about me, guys, is I listen to Dre's podcast last night. He did his volume podcast.
Doctor or Draymond?
Draymond Green.
Yeah. Okay.
He's nothing you haven't heard. He's incredible. And I told Steiny and the listeners, I never saw a current athlete to where I said, man, let's hurry up and you get finished so I can hear you not just break down the game. You are special. You are a personality. Okay, I say all that to set this up. I don't like the Inquirer. I don't like that crap, that smut. But he had some thoughts that you guys are my brothers. I care about what you think, and that's why I'm still here. So would you mind if I borrowed 90 seconds of your guys' listening time so before I get in the caddy, I can drive home and I know what my two brothers think about this soundbite. It's set up, and if you guys are okay with it, I would like Evan to play it, and then you guys my two brothers.
I got it right here.
Okay, play. Can you hit play for me?
Here's Draymond.
I want to let you all know how absolutely ridiculous most of you people are at life. Like, the fact that a rumor about Andrew Wiggins, I don't know if it's true. I'm not here to confirm whether it's true or not. I really don't care. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with me. Like, you hear stuff like that and you care for like him and her, like, and their children, so I care from that perspective. But like, whether what y'all saying is true or not really like has no bearing on my life, nor does it have any bearing on y'all life. The fact that basketball, and I always say this on this podcast, like the fact that that people are so bad at evaluating basketball that you start to run with someone's personal life to try to decide like why they're not playing basketball. Like, imagine if you were missing time at your job and somebody started a whole rumor about like your kids not being yours and like, like that's ridiculous, man. Now, again, I'm not here to say whether it's true or false. I don't know. Not my business. But point being, it's not yours either. Like, y'all are so thirsty to know what's going on in someone's life that becomes the thing. You better have some cold, hard evidence if you're going to make that a thing. And quite frankly, I've just seen people talking. Like, I've seen no evidence of anything. You just see people talking. That's insane.
So, Willard, he put some stuff out there that really I wouldn't have did it, me personally, and I kind of went off and hit me in the cardiac muscle. And I said this, and you tell me what you think. I care about Andrew Wiggins, the basketball player, and why people want to know where he's at is because of the impact he has on the team.
Exactly.
And I said thoughts and prayers, and I mean it to his family if something serious is going on. But what Dre did there to get mad at a person with a brain, no, this is basketball. It's relegated to basketball, Willard, but for you to put that out there and then put the disclaimer that I'm not saying if it's true or not,
right.
You're doing what you're saying, accusing us of doing.
He gave mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to a nasty rumor. He gave CPR to a scuttlebutt to Braylon Edwards and whoever else wants to put
Joe Schmo.
That it's garbage. It's either a true rumor or it's true and it's garbage. No matter what it is, it's nobody's business. But for him to go out there and put a name on it and to give life to it.
But then not say if it's true or not, Willard, I got a problem.
Yeah.
What good did you do for Wiggs right there?
That was incredibly uncomfortable.
Okay.
You know what he did good for?
A great
His
word.
own podcast. Wow. Hi, I'm Draymond Green, and I want clicks. That's what that was.
I guess I'd be okay with that on one condition, which is that Andrew told him it was okay.
Oh, man. And if, okay.
Because
that didn't sound like Andrew said, go ahead, Draymond.
Doubt about that to me,
man. I'll tell you why this is really uncomfortable and what Draymond, and I think all of us, to a certain degree, fall prey to sometimes when you are in this world, the sports world and the media world, like we are, like Draymond is, we fall prey to thinking that all human beings are on Twitter. And the truth of the matter is the percentage is way below 50%.
It's below 10%.
So
I would have never guessed that.
So when Draymond does that and acts like everybody already knew the rumor, you simply actually took way more people and activated that rumor
That's what
in their
Steiny
head
was saying.
for the very first time.
True. That's no doubt.
So you just took a bullhorn and went to the street
I called
corner.
it lighter fluid.
Like I said, that was incredibly uncomfortable. I hate that went that public. Yes, that's something that all of us have heard. I've actually gone.
There's
to
videos.
the same lengths that you all have to not put that into microphones,
right?
Because it's not our place to do so, and it's only your place to do so if Andrew said, "Will you please go use your microphone to dispel this rumor?" And then, by the way, he didn't even dispel the rumor. So
that's the part.
That
so
makes me
do you two look
really
at your brother
uncomfortable.
here and believe me when I both tell you, and I mean it. I thoughts and prayers. I don't want to know the personal, but that doesn't take away the impact of what the team's missing and the greater good for the basketball team. So that doesn't make me a simpleton to separate the two and know, okay, they're missing him. And I'm not being nosy when I say that.
No,
that don't make me a bad person.
It's clear that they're missing him. Okay. There's no doubt about that.
Let me just say that you're listening to 95.7 The Game.
You really are.
KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Go ahead.
And in honor of Steiny, you really are. Has to be thrown in there. And
shoot 88.
Yeah, I had him as a 91. I don't know if you saw the dirty look he gave me. He's been scuffling a little bit. But the fact that Draymond Green put it out there in that fashion, all he would have had to do was go out there and admonish everyone for the rumors and say, all of you who want to know, all of you and all the rumors, it's garbage. You don't have a right to know. It's nonsense. Shame on you. I support Andrew Wiggins. We hope to have him back, as you all do, and we're moving on. But the fact that he put life to it, he said exactly, and Mark's right in terms of like, the Twitter sphere, and I had somebody.
I am shocked. Is it less than 10%?
No, for sure.
Because in my life, it's 99. I feel like it's 99.
First thing that came through on our Xfinity mobile text line is a listener said, I'm an A1. I don't know if they mean a P1.
Right.
An A1, and this is absolutely the first time I've heard that.
Wow.
Yeah. If you're not on Instagram, and I had a friend of mine share the Braylon Edwards garbage with me on Instagram. And so that's the only reason why I knew about it, and I'm on the gram. And if you're not on Twitter, and you're not on Instagram, and you're not on all the chat boards.
But now you know because Dre kind of told you what was going on.
And Draymond's podcast has got hundreds of thousands of clicks, Mark. You know? Yeah. You know what it accomplished?
And I love Day.
It accomplished him becoming even more popular as a blogger and a podcaster.
But at what expense? Like, I think that was he was already
and then here's this 530. I want to address this. I don't always like when there's criticism because it's on the text line and YouTube, all that stuff all the time. But it says you guys are giving CPR to the rumor, right? I didn't know about this until I heard it on your show. Well, we never put that rumor out. Now, if he's suggesting that we shouldn't be playing what Draymond said, I understand that point.
But what would that then make us?
By the same token, our job is to talk about the Warriors. And so when Draymond Green puts something out in a public sphere, I mean, put it this way. What if Andrew Wiggins had spoken publicly on it? Are we supposed to not talk about it the next day?
I think we would have closure. But I'm not saying we're entitled to Andrew to tell us.
We're not.
I keep going from a Warrior fan's perspective of you can't tell me I can't think about what if he were back and differentiate.
No, you
his
can
privacy.
think about that absolutely, but you can differentiate between his privacy. You can think, boy, I would love to know when he's coming back because he's important, and you can also say, I don't want to know why he's gone.
But you got these Twitter police hovering down from above like they're above everybody, trying to make me feel some type of way or anybody for the basketball perspective of it. I'm a grown ass. We understand this is delicate, but damn, I'm just telling you they got to overcome Martin Luther King. They got to overcome his absence if he doesn't come back. That don't make me bad.
No, it doesn't. And Steiny had an interesting point earlier about being a reporter on the beat because Anthony Slater has not been somebody who has been trying to unearth the truth. And any of the rest of the Warriors reporters, Kareth Burke is probably not, hiding in the bushes trying to find out what's going on.
None of us are.
But now that Draymond Green is putting this out there, it becomes a thing now that is open to a question. If you want to ask it. I know you're uncomfortable, Mark. You don't like
that
this.
was a great word, and we'll switch it up because that was a great.
I also think, did this pod just come out today?
Yesterday. Yesterday. I watched it yesterday. I listened to it yesterday.
It was released yesterday.
Yeah, and then we played the sound bites, snippets from it.
My man Draymond, you about to play the game of the year.
Tonight.
Hadn't even, wow.
You're about to play the game of the year. And you chose.
I hadn't even thought about that.
To do this.
Huh?
That bothers me.
That's interesting.
That bothers me.
I hadn't thought of that,
I mean, we are sitting here now for 4 months trying to figure out why this collection of talent, with or without Andrew, can't seem to connect, can't seem to produce the way we think that they should and can.
We're using the word disconnect, which I hate.
The question I wanted to throw out to all of our listeners to start today's show is, after all of this, after these 73 games, if you can't put out a great effort tonight, then what does it say about this team? And I know that Draymond was trying to sort of refute something or battle something.
Wow.
He was trying to punch back at something that was out there, and look, it's his podcast, and whatever's interesting is interesting. It's his platform. But, like, that's where your heads are?
We did 4 hours of radio.
You got to go win this game?
Wow.
Yeah.
You got to go win this game tonight.
And he did to Drace. He did talk about, them winning and trying to overcome without Peyton and Wiggins, and just how much Wiggins means to the team. So I got to put that out there. But that went over my head. Not the first time. But wow.
There was no need for him to shed light on exactly the reason why some people think that Andrew Wiggins is out.
Yeah.
The only reason why he did it, in my opinion, is because he wants that clout.
Yeah. And speaking of which, I'm about to lead you to share shortly. I'm excited for tonight's game.
I'm excited for it, but I'm also nervous about it because I don't know if you know this. It's on the road. They're on the road tonight, and looks like Luka's in. Do we have official word on Kyrie yet?
I hope he plays. I don't like this.
Still questionable for Kyrie Irving. I mean, this is, if Kyrie especially doesn't play, this is a game.
And it's a big game.
This is a game you should win.
You don't want any part of the play in.
This team took apart all of its role players in order to get Kyrie.
Right.
The Warriors dismantled this team by going to the basket in the playoffs just last year, by not settling for threes. If you remember, Wiggins and Kevon Looney were instrumental.
Speak on it.
They were instrumental in that series by taking the ball to the basket. The moment of the playoffs, outside of Steph in Game 4,
and defending Willard,
was the Wiggins dunk on Luka. So I'm looking for a good performance tonight. I'm looking for a performance where you're not settling for 50 3-point attempts. And I'd like to see the Warriors. I'd like to see this be about basketball for the next 5 hours.
Warriors favored by 1.5.
I got to be careful
That's
here.
wild.
I know a friend of mine that took that action.
Okay.
Yeah.
A guy.
The jig is up. They're going to get 2 in a row on the road. Like tonight's the night. Betty White.
Betting on the Warriors on the road.
How many times have we said that?
Yeah,
this
seriously.
Year? Especially
if I can show you some paperwork, it's on 5. The 2 Memphis games, the mini games.
It's because we're fans and we're juiced, and so when you're extra juiced, you're like, they're going to bring it tonight.
Yeah.
And then they come out and they're down 40-20 at the end of a quarter.
Now, I'll tell you this. You don't know this about me, Willard. I think Dib does. And the listeners, I'll always have your back. And even when you're wrong. And I'll deal with you one-on-one, but I'll have your back before I deal with you one-on-one. And I'll tell you about how disappointed I was about me having to get your back even when I knew you were wrong. But I look at the 2 Memphis games that Dre did a pod and basically a song to Dylan Brooks. And I just thought that would galvanize the troops to be the best version of yourselves so we could go out here and embarrass Memphis. And the 2 times I would have bet my right arm on, this is different, Will. This is personal. They're going to have Dre's back. The Warriors didn't. They got embarrassed to me twice. So, Dibs, that's my thought process. That's how my Wi-Fi computer and GU analytics are like, oh, watch out, Memphis. And Memphis won going away.
Right.
So, what's going to change tonight because they're on ESPN and Van Gundy's calling the game?
Yeah.
I'm tired of getting hurt thinking that.
I am tired of trying to think that the Warriors can win a road game. So, as far as gambling goes and betting, Warriors at home, I'm in.
Yeah.
Warriors on the road,
I'm going to tell my neighbor.
I'm out.
Okay.
Please
And
do.
speaking of out, I'm out, Will.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. After you, because you look like Johnny Cash in the black. You're looking good. / Janet Jackson. Yes.
With that.
And John Travolta on Grease. Yeah.
Well, now you're going to have to stay.
Okay.
You want to keep these compliments up? All right, no. There goes Goo. Here comes Willard and Dibs.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Derek Harper's going to join us in 15 minutes, but you're joining us right now. Here we go, Willard and Dibs. That's where I'm at. Sure, Shohei faced Mike Trout. That was a whole lot of fun. Draymond Green spoke out on something I didn't think anybody was going to speak out on. Like, this is the other thing we didn't even get to. Like, how do the Warriors feel about that? I wonder if there aren't people in the PR offices for the Golden State Warriors who are like, they feel the same way they did when that camera video leaked to TMZ. So did you know the work that we've done to keep this under wraps?
Right.
And then you head out, scream it into the atmosphere? That's wild.
But he screamed that it's not that, basically, is what he's saying.
Or maybe it is. I'm not
Exactly.
telling you. I mean, honestly, like I can't stand that for Andrew, so I really don't want to even belabor that issue right now. There's way too big of a basketball game that's starting in 2 hours and 15 minutes. Way too big of a basketball game. And at a certain point, Warriors fans, and the number's 888-957-9570, we have all got to answer this question. How long are we going to continue to go, hey, any minute now, it's going to click, flip the switch? I wonder. And it's not just, this is not a win one for the Gipper speech. I'm just a fan, and we're hanging out here, happen to be the guys that are blessed to be able to chat about this on the flagship station as we get ready for the game. But if they can't play well tonight, go ahead and answer that question. What does that say about this basketball team if they can't play well tonight?
Means they're no good on the road. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they can't play well tonight, even without Kyrie Irving, possibly. Luka Doncic is probable, but they also may not have Morris and Hardaway Jr. They are also listed as questionable. So if Dallas is missing multiple pieces and you lose on the road at Dallas in not a must-win game, Mark, but this is an important game. If you lose to Dallas, you fall into the play-in scenario, and you would only have 8 games left to go. Yeah,
Yep.
which is not, and you lose the tiebreaker to Dallas.
And one of the best teams in the NBA coming to Chase on Friday night. Let's not act like just because it's a Chase, that means the Warriors automatically win it. All their performances have not been Picasso's recently at Chase Center just because they've won a bunch of them. They've had to rally from 15 down and 20 down and all of that stuff. So Philadelphia is going to be coming in hot on Friday night. Yeah, this is a monster. This is an absolute monster of a basketball game. The Clippers punted one against Oklahoma City just last night. Paul George is going to miss the next 3 weeks. Forget the 6 seed. Give me the 5.
How about the 4?
If you win this game tonight, come on. Like, this is the next biggest game of the year for the Warriors. It's on the road. This team clearly has a bugaboo or a kryptonite or whatever you want to call it, and they need to figure it out. And I don't know why, quite frankly, they would just suddenly figure it out tonight. But that's kind of why I want to get to that answer. I wasn't impressed with their performance in Houston. They won because they were playing the Rockets. Tonight, it's a different animal. It's the Dallas Mavericks. I think if they play tonight like they did 2 nights ago, they're going to get another loss. So why would tonight be the night? I don't know. But we say things like this in sports. You have championship metal. You've got championship DNA. You've got the heart of a champion. We say all these things. And if you do, then something shows up in big moments. Tom Brady gets the ball down 4 with 56 seconds to go. You're like, this might work out. If Blaine Gabbert gets the ball, you're like, well, let's go home. Because something is special about champions in big moments. I don't know if Wednesday, March 22nd in Dallas resonates with them. Draymond said last week, it's hard for me to get out of bed in March.
Right, exactly.
But I certainly hope this resonates to the point where we see that heart of a champion, because I guess that'd be my answer. If you can't play well tonight, well, then maybe you don't have the heart of a champion anymore.
Well, maybe, but if you're the Warriors, even if you don't play well tonight, you look at the final 8 games of the year and you realize that you can still play well enough to be a top 6 team, and then nobody wants to see us in the playoffs, Mark. That's what they've told us time and time again.
I'd like to see them in the playoffs.
Well, yeah, I would too as a fan, but if they lose to Dallas and they lose to Philadelphia at home on Friday, well, you got Minnesota, New Orleans, and San Antonio, 3 in a row at home. Those are all winnable. At Denver's tough. You beat OKC. At Sacramento's a coin toss. Portland's already given up. You could go 4-4 after tonight, even in a loss, and still get a 6 seed. So I'm here for the urgency. Tonight is a very big game, not only for the standings now, but also for the tiebreaker going forward, because standings-wise, right now, Utah plays tonight against Portland. If Utah wins and the Warriors lose, Utah moves ahead of the Warriors in the loss column, and Dallas moves ahead of the Warriors in the loss column. And you've got all these other teams. Dallas would be a team that would move ahead of them, and you've got, Minnesota in a victory would tie the Warriors in the loss column if they beat Atlanta. So a loss tonight means a lot for the upcoming games.
It means a ton. And I'm looking at this again. We're still waiting on word for who's in and who's out in this basketball game.
Right.
Looks like Luka's in. This is his first game in some time. Kyrie's a question mark. He scored 28 just in their most recent game in Memphis a couple of nights ago, where they absolutely gagged one, by the way. They were outscored 29-12 in the fourth quarter and lost in Memphis. But they had the Grizzlies on the ropes, the jawless Grizzlies, but it was in Memphis, where the Grizzlies are very, very good. They're 30-5 at home. So I'm not saying this isn't still a viable basketball team. I just feel like the Warriors have everything they need. They know how to mentally break this team down. They know how to physically break this team down. Now, they don't have Wiggins, and he was the guy who broke them down last time. They need to slash to the basket. I don't want to get all X's and O's here, but
let's do it.
I mean, come on. You have this team by the you-know-whats.
The short hairs.
This is a massive, massive game. They're shorthanded. They don't have the pieces in place that are necessary to, I think, sort of attack the Warriors where the Warriors are weak. They've got Wood. They've got Powell. I'm not scared of any of what Dallas has inside. Like, the Warriors have everything they need, no matter the building, to go win this basketball game. I feel like, and even if they don't win, I tell you all that I think a fan wants to see tonight. Can you guys go out there and look?
You got to go out there and fight?
Like, just play with an animal desire. Whatever, can someone dive on the floor? Can someone do something other than wait till you're down 20 and flash up 4 fingers because you used to be good? Can you please go put everything you have into the game? I think that's all anyone's asking for. You're shorthanded too. If you lose and you get outplayed, fine. But man, this look of coasting is it's bothersome.
You're asking too much, Mark.
Am I?
You're asking too much,
All
yes.
right.
And if you look at the way that this season has gone for the Golden State Warriors, look at every multi-game road trip that the Warriors have taken this year. They've lost every last game of a multi-game road trip except for one. The one that they didn't lose was a game where Thompson, Curry, and Green all didn't play. It was 120-114 over Cleveland. Your starting lineup, Kuminga, Looney, DiVincenzo, Jerome, and Jordan Poole, who had 32 in a starting role. Moody, Baldwin Jr., Lamb, and Green off the bench. The Baby Dubs knocked off the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's the only time this Warrior team has ended a road trip, and this is a road trip of 2 or more games. The last game of the trip, they lose. And this is a veteran team that I guarantee you, Mark, the words of Draymond Green, not his words about Andrew Wiggins' situation, but the words about, I have a hard time getting out of bed in March. It's ringing in their head. So if the Warriors do lose, and I am anticipating that they do lose, because they lose road games, and they lose road games at the end of road trips. Let's not all panic tomorrow.
Well, no, that's
and this is Captain Negative saying that.
That's the coaster that we're on, though. I mean, it's for me. It's not if they lose; it's going to be how they lose if they lose. Like I'm going to need to know the how, and the why before I promise any non-panic or what have you. We'll see. Rich and Hayward. Let's go out to the phones. Derek Harper's going to join us in just a few. Hey, Rich. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibs. Now 2-6 here, 95.7 The Game. Rich, what are you doing?
I'm going to tell you right now, it's not a mutiny, but these young guys, they play great at home, but on the road, it's like Wiseman. Right now, he's on a different team. Why? He didn't respect Curry. Same thing with that guy Poole. He calls the ball. You ain't going to do that. That didn't happen to any superstar MVP, and that's why they're gone. They're sabotaging. They already have a ring, so now it's about my max deal. And even though Poole's going to get paid next year, he's going to want to get maxed out. Same thing with Moody. Wiseman's going to get maxed out by Detroit because they're Detroit. That's it. They ain't waiting no 2 years. That's why we're in the position we're in right now.
Rich, first of all kinds of fun to hear you call him that guy Poole.
Yeah.
You know that guy? What's that guy?
What's his face?
Yeah, old Schmuckety Muck. What's his name?
Totally.
Poole.
That guy with the party, that one guy.
And all this maxing people out, that ain't happening. I love that when Wiseman goes 22-13, the internet breaks.
Oh, did you see last night?
And when he scores 6 points and has 5 rebounds and essentially gets benched.
Well, he didn't get benched. He fouled out.
Exactly.
He had a triple single, Mark.
Exactly.
6 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 PFs.
I didn't see a whole lot on
Not
Twitter.
PF Changs.
Nobody tweeted me about this James Wiseman game. That's weird.
Although
anyway.
he was a -23 and the team was a -22, so he was only 1 point worse than the squad.
So in other words, he's as good as the other Pistons.
Not bad.
All right, and congratulations on Pistonhood. It is a big game for Jordan Poole because of what I said earlier. Don't settle for threes. Go to the dang basket. And without Wiggins, Poole is maybe one of the best on the Warrior team at doing that. Let's wrap this conversation with Derek Harper. Mavs, obviously a great Mavericks player, works with the team now. He's going to be joining us coming up next, and then more of your phone calls. If the Warriors can't put out a good effort tonight, what does it say about this team? It is Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today, and we're sponsored by Pfizer. This is Willard and Dibs.
Planning for an
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's Warrior Wednesday. Brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. That's right. He played 16 years in the league. He is now the TV analyst for the Dallas Mavericks, and this is the next big game of the year for both of these basketball teams. So as we welcome you back into Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game, we welcome in longtime NBAer Derek Harper to the show to talk it out. Derek, how you doing, man? Thanks for coming on.
For an old ball guy, I am doing very well. Thank you for asking.
Well, I'm in the same boat, by the way. Also an old bald guy. And I was just telling Mark, I mean, I can't believe that you're at the age that you are, which means I'm at the age I am. Derek, where did the time go, my brother?
Say that again. Time doesn't wait for anyone. I think you guys know that.
Yeah.
It just means that you've been fortunate enough to be around a long time. And personally, fellas, I am grateful for it all.
Well, I'm glad Father Time is a subject matter. Your view from Dallas, has Father Time caught up to the Warriors?
Excellent question. And knowing the Warriors, almost, but not quite. I think they have a golden opportunity in front of them. And I don't think there's any team in the league that's better at seizing the moment of an opportunity. This game tonight is going to tell a lot, I think, for both these teams for obvious reasons as far as the standings are concerned. But I just think there's something magical about past champions. Rudy Tomjanovich, the great Rudy Tomjanovich, always echoed, never doubt the heart of a champion. And that's just how I have to feel about, number one, Steve Kerr and his crew. I think those guys are built for it. And if anybody can dig themselves out and make a little noise, I don't know how much noise, I think it's the Warriors.
How are the Dallas Mavericks now as compared to what they were back in May when they fell short against the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals?
Well, they were the same for a long time. I think the only challenge for Dallas right now, because they have two superstar dynamic players, is to find a way to get, I won't even say stops, but timely stops. Because it's hard to outscore the duo of Luka, Kyrie, and the rest of the cast. You have a difficult time outscoring them. But I just think that you have to defend, especially this time of the year, whether it's for 2 quarters, 1 quarter, late in the game. You got to find a way to come up with stops. And to me, that's what will decide this particular game, because I think it's going to be one of those games where whoever makes the most threes will win this game, because I just think that both these teams rely on that so much as teams that that's what it'll come down to. If you get a couple of stops down the stretch, you give yourself a chance to be successful.
Derek Harper with us here, 95.7 The Game. I want to get into some potentially newsy stuff with you. Brad Townsend, who covers the Mavericks for the Dallas Morning News, is on the scene at the game, and just 15 minutes ago took video of Kyrie Irving arriving at the arena and tweeted, normally Kyrie would have warmed up by now, but he is just arriving to the arena, a strong indication that he's not playing. I'm not saying that that's been reported yet, but how different are the Mavs if there's no Kyrie in this one?
Well, they're 27 points, 5, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds, not to mention one of the best fourth-quarter scorers in the game. That's what they're down. Kyrie will be missed, because I think his ability and his energy alone, he's such a dynamic offensive player. I think it really gives the Mavericks a lot of juice, a different kind of juice. Luka is great, and I don't think there are a lot of players greater than Luka Doncic based on what he's done as a player. But, you know, there are different players that bring a different dynamic to the game, and Kyrie is certainly one of those guys. So missing him, it's about Jaden Hardy and about Josh Green. Other guys will simply have to step up and find a way to make up that difference. It's just that simple, and they have. I would give them a lot of credit. The others for the Mavericks have been fantastic with the injury situation with Dallas as we come to a close in the season.
Mavericks are 6-7 with Kyrie on the floor. How has the mix been with Luka Doncic, and why hasn't it contributed to more victories?
Because they can't defend. Coach Riley, Pat Riley, the great Pat Riley used to say, no defense, no rings. You got to be able to defend. And like I said, the last couple of games, we almost had a chance to win 3 on a 3-game road trip last week. The only thing that kept us from beating Memphis was we went cold, and we couldn't stop them down to the stretch of the game. So that's a problem. Luka and Kyrie together have been absolutely amazing together if you look at their ratings and their offensive numbers. But you got to get stops, man. I mean, the game slows down come playoff time, and to me this is almost a playoff-type game, if you would. And the Dallas would just simply have to be better on that end of the floor.
Derek, I'm thinking back to when these two teams played one another in the conference finals last year. Sure, there are all kinds of new participants here, but it strikes me when you talk about their inability to defend. I remember the Warriors, they really just did a great job of taking the ball right at the Mavericks, taking the ball to the basket. This year's Warriors seemingly not willing to do that. They're settling for all kinds of threes. Give me a little X's and O on that. Is the key for the Warriors tonight to just attack the dang basket?
I would say yes to that. They give up a lot in the paint. They're a lot like Dallas from that perspective. You have to attack them. I mean, when you think about a team like the Warriors that in the past that had a unique ability to score in so many different ways, that's not the case anymore. So, I always go right to Draymond because I think he's kind of the head of the snake when it comes to a lot of things and a lot of the success of the Warriors. So, if we can find a way, we can find a way to make them perimeter and they're not making shots, clearly we're going to have a chance in this huge game in the Western Conference this season.
Huge for both teams, obviously. The Warriors dreadful on the road, and when they have their full complement of players, Derek, they are winless in the final game of road trips this year. What is it about the last game of a road trip that makes it so hard to get up for?
Shit, you're ready for the road trip to be over, man. It's a grind. We just came off of one of those trips, almost back-to-back. We played 5 games on our last road trip before we got back here. And, we had a couple of games at home, but that's a difficult thing because psychologically you almost checked out. You can't wait to get back home, and you think automatically when you get home you're going to be lifted up by the being on your home floor. Not the case. You have to play, though. Dick Motta, the great Dick Motta used to always tell us as a team that you got to play psychological games with yourself. In that situation, you have to find a way to talk yourself into it being a big game, and finding a way to put out maximum effort to give yourself a chance. With Luka coming back, the place is going to be electric. As far as I'm concerned, they'll be excited. He's missed 5 games, of course, and I just think the energy is what will hopefully get Dallas through. Since you guys are semi-reporting that Kyrie is not going to play. I hadn't heard that yet.
Yeah, well, he's been questionable. We know Luka got upgraded to probable, and these are just indications. But I mean, right? Like if a guy's just arriving in the arena now,
I would think, right? Hey, listen, I'm just about to arrive, and I have a suit on.
Right.
I have a suit on. And I promise you I'm not ready to play.
Yeah, exactly.
Only half court.
Although I think you can still put up a bucket.
No doubt.
A bucket, right? Just one bucket,
Let me
Derek.
tell you something. I appreciate you guys. You're far too kind, but if it's not half court, I'm not in it.
Well, you could just wait. You could wait there at the other end.
Yeah.
You already said the Mavericks don't defend, so you can just, you don't need
one or two in.
Derek, to that point, you're 46th all-time in games played in the association. When you see all this load management, how does it make you feel?
Sick to my stomach. I think most ex-players, most guys that have been in the league for a long time, they feel like that. There's a couple of reasons why I think the number one reason is that we were afraid to miss games back then because there was always someone lurking, right? I was so afraid that somebody was going to take my job if I missed a game. Just because the team, sometimes when you're out, they find a way to be successful. So not many coaches, I'll never forget it happened to me in Orlando when I played in Orlando for a year. Chuck Daly was the coach. Mark Price was my backup. So I get a thigh contusion against Milwaukee. I remember it like it was yesterday. The team goes on like a 6-7 game win streak. I never started again in Orlando. So that's the one reason why. And the other reason why, I just think we owe it. Players owe it to the fans to go out there and do their jobs. I mean, shit, excuse my French, but the best job in the world, I don't know, well, other than what you guys do, other than what we do,
right? Yeah, no doubt.
Is playing basketball as a profession, man. And my 16 years, I didn't want to miss games. I admire Karl Malone, John Stockton, all the guys that tried to play 82 as much as they could. That says a lot about them, character-wise, and just their love of the game in general.
I missed 3 shows last week with a thigh contusion, just so you know.
No, it took a lot. It took a lot for the guys of old to sit out a basketball game.
No doubt.
Derek,
just
you're
dry. Guys out there.
You're a joy to talk to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, guys went out there with swollen knees, with swollen ankles, with you name it. There's some things that I hear, and I know it's not all. A lot of it's fabricated, but some of the injuries that I hear, I chuckle at them because I know good and damn well certain injuries don't keep you out of a game when it's at this magnitude.
Yeah, no doubt, especially if you're a Clipper. If you're a Clipper, you get to just miss every third game. That's the deal. Derek, great stuff, man. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Anytime, brother.
All right, there goes Derek Harper. Congrats to the YouTube audience. You got some extra fun there. Derek Harper is not willing to hold back.
No, nor should he be.
Not one bit today.
And as I was telling our producer, Mark Grandy, who you hear in the best of from 6 to 7, I make guests comfortable. You ask, that's an excellent question.
Right.
And I make our guests comfortable.
You get them to cuss.
Yeah,
I'll
take it.
That's it.
I'll take it.
Which I think is a better quality.
It's debatable.
Like, what is the audience? What would you rather hear? Oh, that's a great question.
Excellent question, Mark. Yeah.
Like, I mean, what's more fun?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Derek.
Your boy Dibs had him comfy.
It's kind of funny, though, right? Like, and this is, I mean, Derek was a ton of fun. Like, we can have him on again. Actually, I think you should book him again for tomorrow now. But, like,
shoot, I think we're free.
Derek's a broadcaster. It's one thing, right? When one of the old ex-players comes on and they're just sitting around having a beer on the porch and they're just like bleepity this and that and the other back in my day. Derek is on the air every time the Mavericks play. We got multiple, I think. Did we get 2?
Yeah.
I think we got 2.
Keep 2 swears. Inside, Grandy.
Inside.
Yeah, Grandy's like a great hockey goalie. You can't get one by the Grandy, man.
That's right. Yeah, you went on a heater. You stood on your head, Mark. You did.
Try my best.
They went over there and stood on his head. Oh, yeah. He stood on his head. Okay. Anyway.
It's not bad.
All right. So it looks like no Kyrie. Not reporting it yet.
Right.
But
you're using context clues, and I love that about you.
And that's what the reporters are doing. I mean, here's the deal is that Kyrie, and now it's been 25 minutes ago, he sauntered into the building with sweats on.
Was it a saunter?
It was.
Because most players
we got video.
Most saunterers don't play.
No, he was sauntering.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. He gave a fist bump to the security guard.
Was there a strut that happened?
He was not hurrying.
Okay.
He did not appear to be late for anything. He just appeared to be very relaxed. And the Warriors, if I do say so myself, they've got a strong history of good things happening when Kyrie doesn't play.
Yeah, seriously.
So you got to take advantage of this now, right? Luka hasn't played in, a week and a half, and here he comes, first game back. Kyrie is out. Man, this is a beatable team. They're not that great at home either. Like, I also look at that, like, who's really just, the Warriors got boat raced at Memphis twice without Ja. But Memphis is a fantastic.
30-5.
They're fantastic at home.
Best in the association.
There you go. Dallas, 22-14.
That's good. They're good.
I mean, they've won more than they've lost. That's most teams.
Right, but 22-14.
Okay.
Against the backdrop of a Western Conference where everybody is mediocre, 22-14 is pretty good. It's better than the Clippers, who are ahead of them in the standings.
Well, the Clippers have the weirdest splits in the whole NBA.
It's better than the Beam at 21-15.
Yeah.
From a percentage standpoint.
But the Kings are like the best road team in the whole league.
Right. But in terms of 22-14, if we put it into proper perspective, it's the same as OKC, better than Minnesota and Utah. Not as good as the Warriors, who have the third best home record in the West.
Yeah, I mean it's fine.
It's good. It's not daunting.
Yeah,
going to Denver is daunting.
Sure.
Going to Memphis, where they're going to try and whoop that team.
Well, sure.
It's daunting.
That's daunting. Even going to Sacramento with the energy that building now has, Golden One, right? You're all like, oh gosh, they're going to light the beam on us. Very intimidating. It's cute, but it's intimidating at the same time. Anyway, point is, I don't know. This changes it for me. This is like the number change yet. Like the Warriors should win this game. The Warriors should win this game. I don't care that it's on the road. The Warriors should win this game.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, you say that sentence again,
They're
and
favored.
But think about what you're saying when you say that sentence.
I'm saying that they have the better basketball players.
Okay.
I'm saying that they are the better collection of a roster.
Sure.
They should win the basketball game.
8-29 on the road.
Yeah.
And winless when they have all their players in the final game of a multi-stop road trip. And that to me, and that's why I wanted to ask Derek that about the mentality, because he's right. You're looking to just get home. And if you're the Warriors, especially after this road trip and this road season, it's been a nightmare. You lost to the Clippers. You lost to Atlanta. You shouldn't have. Memphis came in, you went to Memphis, and they whooped that team. Yeah, you beat Houston, good for you. But you even mentioned it, Mark. You didn't play great in a win over Houston. So should you beat Dallas? Absolutely. Will you beat Dallas? I wouldn't bet on it.
No, so why are they 2-point favorites? And actually,
it was 1.5, so it's now up to 2.
It's up to 2.
Wow.
Well, Kyrie sauntered into the building late.
Saunter moved the number.
A half point. But do you think the Warriors are 2-point favorites because Vegas knows something, or because there's always a Warrior tax?
Both.
You know, right?
Well, I think that they know that Kyrie was going to be out. Okay. They saw the Kyrie saunter. So they had a feeling that Kyrie was going to be out, but also there's a Warriors tax in terms of, you look at this game. It's a big game for both teams. And you look at the Warriors and the championship pedigree. Steph, Clay, and Draymond are all going to play. Kevon Looney, I know Kevon and Draymond were both probable. They're both going to play. The Warriors are going to have everybody except for Andrew Wiggins in terms of players who actually make an impact. And the Warriors, I guess the thinking is they have to at some point actually show up on the road. And it is a national TV game.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So I think all that adds up to the Warriors being 2-point favorites.
Okay, but you still don't believe in any of it.
I mean, if I was to bet your money, if you gave me $1,000 and said, here's $1,000, you have to bet on either the Warriors -2 or Dallas +2, I would bet the Warriors -2. But I wouldn't bet my money.
Not your money.
You guys mentioned the Mavericks home record. Against the spread at home, Mavericks 12-22-2 against the spread.
Look at the Grandy man.
You know what? I did that all last year, and I haven't been doing that.
Yeah, ATS against the spread.
NBA
You've been good about
teams, ATS. All right, let's take a look at it. Where is Dallas with regard to against this? Oh,
at home? Are they the worst at home?
Not just at home. Anywhere.
Really?
I'll tell you what. Hit the game show music. Let's go.
Ska-ba-da-ba.
How many teams in the NBA are worse than the Dallas Mavericks against the spread?
Oh, how many?
How many?
Well,
plus or -2.
Based on your facial expression.
Plus or -2.
You were aghast. Yeah, thank you, Tim. I'm going to say 2. I'm going to play it safe and say 2 because if I say 1, I'm not playing with the plus or minus.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah, thank you.
However, if you had said 1, you would have been exactly right.
Oh, because it is 1.
They are the second worst team against the spread in the whole freaking NBA. Yeah, can you get who is worse?
Keep it going, Grady. Da-da-da, ska-ba-da-ba. I'm in the bonus round. Man, who would be worse? It would be a team that was expected to be better than they really are, And for that, I'll say the New Orleans Pelicans.
Nope. It is the Miami Heat.
Yeah, okay, that works.
The Miami Heat are 26, 44, and 3 this year. Worst in the league against the spread.
What are the Dubs in terms of the spread?
Golden State Warriors are 21st in the league against the spread, almost matching their exact record. They are 34, 38, and 1.
Okay, yeah.
There
you go.
Want to take one wild guess at who is the best against the spread in the whole NBA?
I would say that the Beam would have to get lit here. I would like the Beam.
The Beam. They are top 10, but Sacramento is 6th. 6th against the spread in the whole NBA. Your answer is, you want to take another? You look like you want to take another guess.
Nah, not really.
You don't?
Nah.
You touched your forehead like you had an idea.
I had an itch.
You had like a light bulb that went on.
No, there was no bulb.
No?
No bulb.
Or was that just the shine off your
beam.
beautiful
That's
dome?
right. No bulb, no beam.
Oklahoma City Thunder.
Ah, damn it, I knew it.
Oklahoma City Thunder.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
They cover 62.3% of the time.
Where were you months ago? I would have been all over this.
Seriously.
And OKC,
what the hell am I
not
doing?
in action tonight.
Oh.
Nice full slate, though, Mark, for your NBA gambling action.
This is a big night, people. This is a big night.
And you know what you got to do on the big nights.
Do you have to win them?
Win the big games.
Win the big nights.
Thank you.
Win
Shout out
the
Matt
boogie nights,
Nagy.
too. But yeah, here we go. So,
and great Derek Harper, by the way. Shout out Grandy and JT Luke, and that was fun.
No, that was a ton of fun, except for the part where you told me he was 61 years old. And I'm like, you shut your mouth.
Seriously?
Like, no, he's not.
That hit me hard.
No, he's not.
That really hit me
and
hard.
then the 25-year-olds are like, what's wrong with that? Who's Derek Harper? And I'm like, oh, for
Thank
crying
you.
out loud.
You got to Google it.
Seriously.
Borderline Hall of Famer, Derek Harper.
Jeez.
He's not getting in, but
that one, yeah. I didn't like that one
You
at
got to
all.
Google it.
All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Warriors Live is only 35 minutes away. That means if you want to weigh in on our question of the day, if the Warriors can't play well tonight, what does it say about this team? We'll take your calls next at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Cards issued by Celtic Bank, member FDIC. Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option.
Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
You got to be special tonight, Steph. This is a big one. The Warriors are in Dallas. Warriors Live starts in less than a half hour, 3:30. It's brought to you by the Next Generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. I don't know. Maybe it's unreasonable to ask that you just, do it tonight because we all want you to. Obviously, there's something going on here that's bigger than just the Warriors snapping their fingers. But with Luka just coming back, I'm sure he'll be fine. But sometimes, when a player comes back after an absence, there's a little bit of a get back into the flow kind of a period. So I don't know how Luka's going to look. We don't know officially that there's no Kyrie. There are some indications that he and Tim Hardaway Jr. are unlikely to play in this basketball game.
Mark Stein on Twitter has confirmed it. Kyrie Irving right foot soreness is out. So this is from the Stein line.
Stein line, that is a very credible source.
Luka Doncic left thigh strain is confirmed to make his return after a 5-game absence. Tonight, Jason Kidd has said Kyrie Irving is out. So there you have it.
Check out these records since the Kyrie trade for the Dallas Mavericks.
You looking at the Stein line?
I am.
I saw this.
All right, so when both stars play, their record is 3-6.
That's not good.
With Luka only and no Kyrie. Like tonight, they're 0-1. There's only been one of those. With Kyrie only and no Luka, they're 3-1. And when neither of them are available, they are 1-2. So we've only had one game that looks like this. But, I don't know. This is a very small sample. But if you only want to have one of the two stars, Dallas has played better when that star is Kyrie, not Luka.
Yes, and the spread now ballooning to 2.5. The Warriors up to 2.5. So if you didn't get it at 1.5, you need to get to it ASAP because this feels more and more like a game that the Warriors maybe should win. You've got Luka Doncic coming back after a 5-game absence with a left thigh strain. So you're not expecting Luka to come back after missing 5 games and play 38 or 40 minutes. And you know that Kyrie Irving is out. We don't know for sure about Hardaway Jr. or Morris, but if either one of them is out, this spread could continue to balloon.
I actually already have it at 3. It's firing up the board right now as the news spreads that Kyrie Irving will not play tonight against the Golden State Warriors in a game that you will hear right here on 95.7 The Game. I mean, this was the concern all around for the Mavericks and the Suns when they made those trades. They kind of took down the depth of their roster in exchange for a major player. And if that major player is then not available, you're left with a stripped-down roster.
Right.
So that's what the Warriors are going against tonight. And so I'll reiterate my point. Like, yes, this changes my expectations, even though that's a word I promise never to use with this team.
Right.
Because I got the flashy thingy, right, from Men in Black. Like, this is game 1 of the year. I don't care what they did the other night in Houston. But yeah, the Warriors are better than this team when Kyrie's not playing. You got to go win.
Even in Texas?
Anywhere. I'm playing on Mars. What's up, Mark?
A couple other injury updates. Tim Hardaway Jr. is out with a non-COVID illness, and Markieff Morris, who was questionable with left knee soreness, will play tonight.
He's in.
Morris is in. Okay,
Morris
thank you,
in,
Randy.
Hardaway out. Kyrie out. Luka in.
Right.
And the Warriors are all in. Not
Except
Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins,
right.
yeah,
Looney,
and GP2.
Looney and Draymond were both
Brian
listed.
Rollins out.
Well, right. No, but those two were listed as
Andre
probable.
Iguodala
He's out. Right. Correct.
I mean,
we could do this with the whole roster if you want. Steph Curry is in.
Sure.
Klay Thompson will play
Patrick
tonight.
Baldwin Jr. is in.
Yep.
Santa Cruz.
Jordan Poole in.
Although Baldwin Jr. I think may have traveled back because I think they played in Texas last night.
Sean Livingston out.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, he's in the team. He's out.
JaVale McGee
out.
in.
No, he's out.
Phoenix.
Right. Thank you.
I mean, he's playing somewhere else.
Kevin Durant is too.
James Wiseman in.
Detroit.
Or out because he fouled out.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
This is James Wiseman.
No, it was a cheap shot. I know.
Did they play tonight?
No.
Does Detroit play tonight? Oh, they got tomorrow.
I don't think so.
They
Yeah,
got tonight.
good slate though.
It's a very good slate.
And games that obviously matter in terms of the Warriors and their playoff ramifications. We know Steve Kerr is a scoreboard watcher. You got the T-Wolves and the Hawks at 5 o'clock. That's a game.
Go Atlanta, sure.
Jazz and Portland at 6 o'clock. That's a game.
I'm not looking at either of those teams.
Mark, if the Warriors lose,
I know, and
Mark,
the Jazz win.
You listen to me.
I
listen
know
to me
they
damn
have the
good.
same record. I know.
The Jazz will be ahead of the Warriors in the loss column. Don't you get it?
Yeah, but they're behind them in the win column. Don't do that. They both be 500.
I'm going to stein you. Don't you get it?
Yes, I do.
Don't you get it? But the Warriors would be behind him in the all-important loss column. Mm-hmm. And the Suns in my don't sleep on the Lakers, the nightcap, the second half of an ESPN doubleheader. So a good little slate, a late slate.
It is. It is.
Slate.
I can slate.
I tell you about my big tip.
I can tell you.
I told you about my big tip.
If the Warriors win tonight, you're going to feel great about their standing.
I'll feel great about the slate.
Great about their standing.
If
no
the
matter
Warriors
what
win,
happens.
I feel great about the slate.
Yeah.
If the Warriors lose, all of a sudden that late slate is not going to feel as good.
Half game behind the Clippers for the 5. If they win tonight, plus you knock the Dallas Mavericks down yet another peg, they would be a full game and a half behind the Warriors. You'd get down to only 8 games left to go, and you're on a plane back to the Bay. You win tonight, and I'm telling you, all that consternation and stress from last week, gone.
Well, it's not all gone.
No, it's gone.
That's not true.
You forgot. You're not. You got to get on the coaster, brother. You got to get on the coaster.
I'm on the coaster.
You win one game, and they're going all the way. And if they lose,
that's what we do.
If they lose one game,
you're doing Guru Radio right now.
Era is over.
Totally right.
That's on the line every time they play for 2.5 hours.
The good news is, after tonight, they only have 3 more of these road nightmares. In Sacramento and in Portland, a game that is looking meaningless right now. It's looking like there'll be no Dame Lillard for that one if Portland continues to be the 13 seed. So it's a road game, but it's going to be against a weak Blazers team.
I'm glad you brought up all these other teams in the West and the slate tonight. Jeff Van Gundy was on with Steiny and Goo. Take a listen to what he said about all the Western Conference contenders.
A lot of it is where you are health-wise and who chooses to rest on what given night. Denver's played exceptionally good basketball this year, in a little bit of a down period now, but they've played very well. Do they have enough for a playoff run to win 4 series? I think they would have to prove that to themselves. Memphis, on the other hand, believes, it seems to me, many nights that they've already won 4 championships. They have just the opposite. They have to make sure that they're staying in the present so that they can maximize their opportunity in a down year in the Western Conference. And, Phoenix has a ton of talent if Durant's healthy. To me, they would be your favorite. The Clippers, if Paul George is okay and can play, their season 2 has been confounding. So I wouldn't be surprised if any lower seed beat a higher seed in round 1.
Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if the Western Conference does not send someone to the NBA Finals.
Thank you.
I mean, that's the point that he's making. What I jokingly said the other day. Like I can't.
Yesterday.
There's no team in the Western Conference. And by the way, I bring this up because this is a feather in the cap, if you will, for the Warriors' chances. Not for the Warriors, but for the Warriors' chances.
Right.
If you're any of the people out there who are saying, come on, get real. This team's not going to the NBA Finals. Look at them. They're not good enough to do that. Okay, fine. Then tell me who is. Tell me who is. There's not a team in the West that when you say, well, that team right now has the look of a team that can head to the NBA Finals. Nobody.
Right.
Not even close.
Well, they all do, but at the same time, none of them do, to your point. Like, you could look at any of the teams from 1 through however far down you want to go, and you could make an argument that this team could be dangerous, it could go on a run, but it all comes down to matchups, and I think Jeff Van Gundy's right in terms of lower-seeded team beating higher-seeded teams. And in fact, if I gave you an over-under of lower-seeded teams beating higher-seeded teams in the West at 1.5 of the 4 series.
Oh, geez.
I mean, you'd have to think about it, right?
You got to sort of throw out what you think that's going to look like. So
well, let's just say it sits as it is now, which is Denver, Dallas. You would take Denver. Memphis, OKC.
Yeah, you'd take Memphis.
Warriors, Kings. You'd take the Warriors. Clippers, Suns. Right? Throw that one out.
Fuck that out.
The point being, you could see 2 of those lower-seeded teams, as it sits right now, beating the higher-seeded team. And we don't know what the matchups will be just yet. The other thing Jeff said, which was interesting, and I'm glad you played that cut, But you look at the final 8 games of the Warriors' schedule. We know tonight's a huge game, win the big game. We know that. But you look at the rest of their schedule, Philadelphia, they're playing for something. Minnesota still is. New Orleans, in a week from now, they'll still be playing for something, most likely. Then you get to San Antonio, meaningless game for the Spurs. Denver, interesting. They might already be in a spot where they've clinched the one.
Meaningless game.
Oklahoma City at that point. That game should probably still be meaningful.
Yep.
Sacramento, we don't know, and we know that Portland's going to be out of it. My point is, over those last 5 games, you might have 2 or 3 laydowns from your opponents.
Maybe. I'll say this. Sacramento could have already clinched everything, and they are still going to bring the wood in that game.
And they want to light the beam.
They're going to want to light the beam. They're going to want to show the Warriors. Because, by the way, who knows? They might be prepping for a playoff series against the Warriors.
Good point.
So while not wanting to give anything away, I just think emotionally the Kings are going to be they're going to be there for that game. So I'm with you. I think there are a couple of games in here that you can kind of hand to the Warriors. I do not see them losing next week on that calendar. Tuesday at home against New Orleans, Friday at home against San Antonio. The Warriors are winning those 2 games, okay? And that's what makes tonight so big. You get your 38th win tonight, then I think you can almost already write your ticket as at minimum a 500 team. You're going to get to 41, and you're probably going to have a great shot to get to 42 or 43. And if you do that, you're going to be in the top 6.
42, top 6.
Yep.
41 might be a tiebreaker. Yeah. And that's why tonight's game is so important, because you lose to Dallas. Dallas holds the tiebreaker over you in terms of the season series. So if it comes down to where you're 41-41, which is possible, you would wind up the year 4-5, and that would mean you lose tonight, and Philadelphia is going to be tough, and you still have a few tough games in there. 41-41 with a loss to Dallas is no bueno. 42-40 with a win over Dallas, you're a top 6 team.
I just think this team needs to inspire its fans. It just needs to inspire its fans. You know, you gotta show life at some point. They keep telling us you don't want to face us in the playoffs. We just have to want to play defense. All of these things that the big 3 are saying, and you have a fan base that, quite frankly, I believe wants to believe. Everybody wants to believe what these guys are saying, but you got to give people just a glimmer. If you're a golfer, you ever do this? I guarantee you've had this experience, right? You got one of those days where, you could have the shanks, ball's going sideways.
Oh, boy.
You just cannot make contact. And I promise you, on the back 9, you've had those thoughts that go through your head. I'm going to throw these clubs in the lake. I don't even know why I do this anymore. What is the point? This isn't any fun. And then comes the 18th tee box. What the hell is it about the 18th tee box? Who sprinkled the magic dust on the 18th tee box? Because every time you stink on the 18th tee box, whack.
Stripe it.
Right down the damn
Second
middle.
shot, you hit it to about 15 feet. You make the putt for birdie. I'm back, baby. I'm back.
You make a damn tee time on your way to the parking lot for the next day. That's all.
Even though you shot a 98.
No, right. You throw your scorecard out too, because right. You ever do that where you pull the card out?
I've ripped so many scorecards on like 14.
You ever get to the card and you're like, oh hell, I left the scorecard in the cart. Kid's gonna see that. He's going to look in there and see the shot 104. That's embarrassing.
I've had times where I rip the card up, and then you go par, and it's like, okay, I was 19 over after 11. I'm still going to post this.
Yeah,
I finished pretty good.
Not too bad. So that's all I really need from the Warriors right now. Right? Isn't that all you want? Like sprinkle
Make a birdie on 18.
Just sprinkle some magic dust and show us that you're still in there. Because that's what that swing on 18 tells you as a golfer. You're like, see? Thank you.
Hello, friends.
Hello, friends. It's still in there. I haven't accessed it all the way. I'm not asking the Warriors to access it all. I got to slow down with this music. I'm not asking the Warriors to.
The Warriors have hit 3 balls in Rays Creek, and they're trying to make the cut. Hello, friends. I'm Mark Willard. Mark Willard on 18.
Sorry, my head just went to $2 sandwiches at the snack bar.
Pimento and cheese.
So good. So good.
$3 beers.
Oh,
Your boy was nodding off in the grandstand above 13. Hello, friends.
I'm just here for the $3 beer. There's a sweatshirt somewhere there. Anyway.
JT Lucan, our producer, he's so right. $20,000 tickets, $4 beers. Hello, friends.
Exactly. You're like, wait a minute. I did this for $20,000 and $4? That's a deal. I just want a little magic dust. Can you just remind us and remind yourselves that you're in there somewhere? You're in there, right? I see you. I recognize your faces and the numbers on your
Houston.
jersey.
Hello. What more do you want?
Oh, my God. The Rockets
the Ottoman game.
So bad. It's so bad. So, honestly, I could wrap my head around them scoring fewer points than the Mavericks tonight, but you got to show some magic dust. If you do one of these, it's 42-26 at the end of the first quarter. I'm telling you, I don't know. I don't know how credible a Warrior fan can feel if you keep giving them that and they're trying to believe in you.
Well, here's how credible it is, Mark, because let me give you the Warriors season in a nutshell in just two simple games. You go to play Dallas tonight, no Kyrie Irving, and you lose 132-127 because it's what you do on the road. You give up boatloads, bushels of points. Tomorrow we come in, we bury them. We talk about the play-in. I roll out my odds on the lottery. I show you highlights of Victor Wembanyama. Philly comes to town, and you smack the 76ers 122-106 because that's what you do at home. And then we come in on Monday after they also beat Minnesota at home, and we say, okay, no Zion on Tuesday. This team's ready to roll. And they beat New Orleans, and then they beat San Antonio, and then they lose to Denver, and they lose to OKC, and they lose to Sacramento, and now it's a must-win against Portland. This Warrior team is absolutely slam your head against the wall, maddening. Yes. So you told me something about a month ago, back when we were doing middays, to just enjoy the ride and not get caught up in expectations. So I'm with you tonight. The spread is now ballooned to 3. It might be 3.5 for crying out loud. That thing keeps going up,
I'll refresh.
up and away.
Yeah.
But if they lose to Dallas, I'm just going to show up tomorrow and tell you that I expected that to happen.
Well, I didn't because I expect nothing. And so I'm with you on that. I will never. I have already sworn this off. Remember my panic meter? I threw that thing away in like December. I'm like, we're not doing this year. I got no panic meter because there's no panic here. But here's something else I threw away, which was expectations. But I mean that in both directions. I'm not going to be surprised if the Warriors win by 15 tonight. I refuse to do it.
I'll be stunned.
I won't. They've got Steph Curry.
Stunned, I say stunned.
They've got Steph, Clay, and Dre. Why would you be stunned if they go out and win a basketball game?
8-29.
I know. And then they would be 9-29, which is still putrid. But it will not stun me. And it won't stun me if they lose by 15 either.
He's a competitor.
Thank you. Flashy thingy. Men in Black.
I get it.
This is game 1. I had no idea what to expect.
Last game of a road trip, they don't win, other than when they sit all the stars. If they sat Steph, Clay, and Dre, I'd feel better about their chances tonight.
I mean, I know you're kidding, but
kind of.
I mean, like,
the only time they've won the last game of a road trip is when the vets sat.
Are they really tired at the end of this road trip?
Mentally.
They've barely done anything.
Draymond's got to be exhausted after podcasting.
He did talk a lot.
Day-Day!
Thank you.
That's nothing new. Honestly,
why? If there's one thing that doesn't get him tired, it's defense and podcasting.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are two things that he could probably do in his sleep.
I'm not going to be surprised by anything. What I swore off was, as you said, betting my own money on this.
Yeah.
Like, that's when I would really start to get upset at myself if I did it, because who knows? All I know is this, and this has been the one constant of Warrior basketball this year. Every time you think one thing, the other thing happens.
You zig and they zag?
That's why I won't be surprised. Because when they were 0-3 on the road trip, everybody had visions of 0-5 and being the 9 seed and being a game under 500. So would it shock you if they respond to that 0-3 start by winning 2 on the way out the door? And then you'll come home Friday and be like, I don't even care that it's the Sixers. My Warriors are back.
Right.
Here we go. And Embiid will score 40 and they'll lose by 18. I don't think that's going to happen because I don't think anything anymore. Blank slate. Go to your printer, open it up, pull out that white piece of paper. That's me watching a Warrior game.
9 games to go. 5-4 or 4-5
Sure.
or every other record.
Or
if
3-6.
If I no
9-0.
No.
9-0.
Okay, 9-0. We're gonna have to drug test you. If I gave you 5-4 or 4-5 or the field, every other possible record, which would be 9-0, 0-9, 8-1, 1-8, 7-2, 2-7, 6-3, 3-6. You get the 2 records, 5-4, 4-5, or you get the field, every other record over the final 9. Mark Grandy, if you wouldn't mind.
Boy, that's a great question.
It's not really a game show, but I just like the song. Thank you. I'm feeling it today. I'm like guru over here.
Well, here's the thing. I do think they're going to go 3-1 on this homestand coming up.
Okay.
I do think they're going to go 3-1.
And you think they'll win tonight?
No. I don't think anything about tonight.
You know what I think?
What? No, I'll say 6-3.
So you're taking the field?
I'll take the field.
You're taking the field?
I'll take the field.
All right. I'll put a small pizza on it.
What do you want to put on it?
Small pizza.
Oh,
salami and
I
olive.
thought you said a small piece. All right, small pizza? Why is it going to be small? Who the hell eats that?
The 4 of us.
What?
Me, you, Grandy, and
pizza?
Luke. We both have dinner to go home to. This will be a nice little...
Buddy, I just ate an entire bucket of orange chicken and rice.
Yeah, I'm eating a salmon quinoa burrito bowl.
When have you ever looked at me and thought
Delicious.
small pizza?
I'm thinking to myself, Mark, your boy's knocking on 200's door.
Are you really?
No, but it's fun for the radio to say that.
I love that that's a
He's
problem
fat.
for you. Yeah, like I am sitting at 200.
You're 6'5". Whatever.
Not quite.
You're a tall drink of water.
I'm Steph Curry's height.
Yes, Otis Bird III, you're right. Shout out Personal Pizza from Round Table.
This
won't be a PP. It won't be a personal pizza.
Those things.
Fine, we'll put a medium on it.
You get past the age of 8, that personal pizza is offensive.
Every pizza is a personal pizza if you're hungry.
Thank you. You know what you're making me think of? This is wild, dude. Get the drip thing ready.
Okay.
This is when I I traveled with the USC football team.
Oh God.
So we get up to Wazoo one night. The plane lands.
Not a thing to eat.
My God, you get on this team plane.
My dude.
I'm already stuffed. Like the team plane, they give you actual meals that you would want to eat. So it starts there. But then, you know how they come up and down the aisle with peanuts? Not on that plane. They come up and down the aisle with like buckets of candy, and then the ice cream truck comes through. All this, I am stuffed out of my mind at the end of this plane trip. Then the thing lands in like Idaho or whatever the deal is, and you take a bus to the Palouse and get to Washington State. We're in some Days Inn in I don't know where, America. I sound like the Clemson head coach.
Probably Pullman.
I don't know, wherever we are, Santa Clara, California, USA. We get to this hotel, and the kids start coming off the bus, and you get into the lobby, and there are no less than 100 large pizzas in the lobby.
And Oprah?
Nobody. Exactly.
And you get a pizza. And you get a pizza.
You didn't even need to say anything to the players.
You're the backup holder. You get a pizza.
You sign in, you get a room key, you get a large pizza.
Man.
You go to your room. I'm like, what is the matter with y'all defensive linemen? Are you crazy? I'm stuffed right now. Better believe I still took a large pizza to that room.
No doubt.
Better believe it.
We'll make it a medium then.
All right, thank you.
Because you need to eat,
I'm
apparently.
going to keep campaigning for a large. The Warriors are in Dallas, and Warriors Live is coming up next. Starts in 4 minutes. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And it's also Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. And we're sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. It is almost game time, and Warriors Live with Willard and Dibbs starts next.
Remember college?
circle. It's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
It is the next version of the biggest game of the year.
Let's
it is
go.
the Golden State Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks. Someone will be in the 6th seed at some point. But right next to each other, a half game apart, and key figures, namely Andrew Wiggins and Kyrie Irving, who will not be performing in this one. Let's count you down and talk it out. It's brought to you by the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now, and that is the case for the Warriors as well. I just feel like from a fan standpoint, maybe this isn't rational, maybe it's not realistic, but as a fan, you don't have to be those two things all the time. It feels like if the Warriors want us to believe that there is something emotionally they can do to get themselves going on the road, to get themselves going defensively, if Draymond Green is going to say, hey, defense is just about paying attention and effort and cohesiveness, if you really want us to believe your words, that you are a cohesive team, that you actually have a chance come April, May, June, then your effort looks different tonight. And not even your effort. I think we overdo the whole idea of are they trying, but your results. Your results need to look different tonight. And my eyes tonight are squarely on two players because they are the young players who actually play on this team. And therefore, this young versus old conversation has largely been about them. Jordan Poole, who didn't even get to 10 points and only had one field goal a couple of nights ago, as the best slasher on this team, needs to have a different basketball game tonight. And with Luka coming back, what an opportunity on the defensive end for Jonathan Kuminga to show everybody with the Warriors what he can do on that end of the floor.
I love the way you see it, but I couldn't disagree with you more in terms of whom I am watching, because your defense on the road is god-awful. And you are maybe the best defensive player in the history of the association, according to, well, yourself, Draymond Green, and you're going up against Luka Doncic. And Luka is coming back off of an injury, so he's not in midseason form, and he probably will be somewhat limited in terms of minutes played. Your defense is giving up 124 points a game on the road. So for me, player number one is Draymond Green. And I know Kuminga will take a turn on Luka Doncic. Draymond will take some turns. Clay will have a shot. DiVincenzo, the restaurant quality, will have, I'm sure, have a couple of turns going up against Luka Doncic. You got to stop Luka Doncic defensively. Don't give up 124 points in this one. And the other player, not Steph Curry for me, it's Klay Thompson. If Klay Thompson can have the kind of game that he was having in January and February, you can come out and win this basketball game. It's a huge game, and I'm with you, Mark, in terms of make us start to believe again. I know it's just one game, but you've been so bad on the road. Dallas is down a key player, and you're looking to salvage something on a 5-game road trip. 2 and 3 would be
fine.
It's hard to believe we're saying that.
Well, especially with a 4-game homestand coming up.
You're
I think
right.
It stands to reason. I don't know if Philadelphia will be a loss on Friday night, but with who's coming in, I think it stands to reason that the Warriors go 3-1 on their homestand. I look at the New Orleans game next week, San Antonio next week. I think those are both wins. Let's say they split the other two, Minnesota and Philadelphia. My gosh, what a springboard tonight would be into what I think would be a very powerful position.
Yeah.
And don't forget the emotional side of what is about to happen with the Warriors. And here's what I mean by that. And every week, every set of 2 games, I sort of feel like this right now. Everything is so bunched up and it is so tense that if you just have one good burst, just pow, we got a great 4 days. One good burst switches this whole framework as to where you sit. Not only if they win tonight, are you now 2 games over 500, you smack Dallas down to a game and a half behind you, and you're coming home for 4. And don't forget what tomorrow is. You know what they call it?
It's the best day of the week, Mark.
Well, that's true.
According to you.
It is. No, Thursday is the best day of the week.
Okay.
There's also a reevaluation sensation. Tomorrow is the
That's
day.
a buck.
Tomorrow, thank you very much. Cash me out one time and give me one.
Cash me out one time.
Also, while you're at it, give me a defensive specialist and add him to the roster. GP2 reevaluation tomorrow.
Good call.
If they get good news there, you can start you know what to say, ramp up.
Yeah.
And maybe GP2 plays on this homestand. And if you can you can start to get that going. You're talking about a completely different basketball team and a completely different scenario.
It's a slightly different basketball team. I think if you get Wiggins back too,
I don't just mean
now
because
we're talking completely different.
Right. I agree with you in terms of personnel, but I'm talking record also. Let's say you win tonight, you have a 3-1 homestand. Okay, that's a 4-1 stretch. You're now 4 games over 500. You can stop stressing about the play-in tournament.
Right.
And Gary Payton II is back. That's a different stress level.
And maybe Wiggins at that point.
Who knows?
I mean, who knows? Who knows? He might be able to come back at that point. And you and I have a pizza bet, and you think that they're going to go 6-3. I've got 5-4 or 4-5 over their next 9. You've got everything else.
I just
and the key
can't
though
bottle
tonight,
up my optimism. I'm sorry.
No,
and
I don't think that it's wild optimism if they win tonight,
Agreed.
because tonight is, in my opinion, a pivotal game. Because the Philadelphia game, you're going to be an underdog. You'll be favored over Minnesota, New Orleans, and San Antonio.
I'd like to do a side bet.
You don't think that they'll be dog? Well, it depends on how it goes tonight. If you lose to Dallas, you'll be dogs with Philadelphia coming to town.
I don't know if the Warriors...
They'll be close, yeah.
I don't know if they could be home dogs right now.
Have they been home dogs at all this year? And you can Google it. You had the spreads up earlier.
They were favored by both they were favored over the Suns and Bucks a week ago, but that's because both of those teams were missing major players.
Right.
They were missing major players. So, okay, how often have they been? I don't know. This thing that I have doesn't.
Yeah, you can see what their record is at home against the spread as a favorite.
Well, you can see what their record is, but that doesn't. That just tells you. Yeah, the Warriors are the NBA's number 1 team against the spread when they're at home.
Okay,
they're 24-11-1. That is the number 1 home team against the spread in all of the NBA.
24-11-1, and they're 29-7 overall. So you could extrapolate to realize that in 5 of those wins, they were home dogs.
Here, actually, I can get to it now. Golden State.
You with me?
How many home games have they played?
36.
Okay, so 5 times, right? Yeah, exactly.
I just told you 5 times.
I know. I'm confirming.
What I did.
We work in a level of corroboration
Mathematically, I am 2 steps ahead.
Yes.
I'm like that one piece in chess that goes 2 up and 1 over.
I don't argue that.
That's the horsey one.
Sure, fine.
The night, I think.
You can be ahead of me on the nerd stuff. That's great.
I just nerded you into the corner.
You did.
To your point.
And my dad is a math teacher.
Yes, you son of a math teacher.
Oh, my gosh. The family won't even have me over for Christmas this year.
My dad delivered industrial linens, although he graduated from Sonoma State in an accounting degree. Never used it, but nonetheless.
That's a lack of accountability.
If you want your team to... It's a 2. Rest in peace, Dwayne. I'm sorry. He's rolling over in his urn right now. If you want the Warriors to go 6-3, and that was your prediction, tonight is a massive win. Even though I think that they'll be favored against Minnesota, New Orleans, and San Antonio, I think the Philadelphia one will be close.
The 5 times as an underdog at home, I would have to see, like, were these when Steph Curry was out? Were these when major players were out? I don't think a fully healthy Big 3 at home is going to be a dog to anybody at Chase Center right now. That's just what I feel. So, yes, you're right. Let's see what happens this week. And while we're at it, Philadelphia is a fantastic team. What are they on the road this year? Philadelphia is 22-12. It's really good.
Solid.
That's solid.
And they're in Chicago tonight. So all eyes on the United Center in a game against the Bulls. And then Philadelphia will have a day off before they have to take on the Warriors. But to your point, tonight is massive for a number of reasons. If the Warriors do go 6-3 over their final 9, they would end the year with a winning percentage above .520, which right now would make them the 5 seed. The Clippers right now at .521 are the 5. If the Warriors wind up 43-39, that would be a slight tick better than what the Clippers are right now. So to your point, you would be out of the play-in. You might be the 6, but you're out of the play-in. So to go 6-3, you're going to have to get one win that is going to be, quote, unexpected. That would be against Philadelphia Friday or Dallas tonight or at Denver.
It's a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Also, let's get to the injury report because it's key in this particular game. It's brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. You know, I would imagine the injury report for the Warriors. Andrew Wiggins remains out. Andre Iguodala with the left wrist surgery and the adductor strain for GP2. He will be reevaluated tomorrow. All three of those players are out. Listed as probable, Draymond Green and Kevon Looney. Both of them are expected to go ahead and play. The Mavericks is what we were waiting on, and we now have our answers. Luka Doncic with the left thigh strain and Markieff Morris left knee soreness are both in. They will play. Tim Hardaway Jr. with non-COVID illness and Kyrie Irving with right foot soreness are out. Now, look, it feels like all the Western Conference teams largely have been playing without a star. That's been true for all of these teams. They've learned how to play without them. But since Kyrie has arrived in Dallas, they've only played once without him where Luka played. They lost that basketball game. It's a team that, quite frankly, since the trade deadline, has been leaking oil and had a very hard time having everybody healthy. So you're catching Dallas at a really good time. And with Kyrie out, who is a devastating offensive player, I just feel like this is an opportunity, right? Kuminga and Draymond are your best defensive players. Who can they guard? They can guard the bigger player, not the smaller player.
Yeah.
So they can guard Luka. It lines up. It lines up. But the Warriors don't do well when it lines up.
On the road, especially.
So,
and here's a piece of good news that does not apply to tonight, but it applies going forward. This from Dalton Johnson. Steve Kerr tells reporters in Dallas that, quote, things are going well with Gary Payton II, and he hinted at GP2 being back, quote, before too long with the positive news. And Dalton Johnson also reporting that Steve Kerr said, quote, we're hopeful to get Wiggs and Gary Payton back. Both of those guys were huge in our championship run. So Steve Kerr sounding a hopeful note that he'll get both back. And as you mentioned, reevaluation of GP2 coming up. And Andrew Wiggins doesn't have a physical injury, so his ramp up, if you can get both these guys ramped up in the next 7 to 10 days, watch out, Western Conference.
I will say this. You know, we briefly, when Goo was still here, he wanted to dive into Draymond's podcast comments about Andrew Wiggins. I will say this. The Warriors, while sometimes, controversial and they haven't always been on the same page, I will say they're no dummies, okay? The Warriors are not caught off guard by the fact that they're very, very, very much in a fishbowl terms of a public eye. They know this. So the fact that Draymond Green started talking about Andrew Wiggins yesterday, the fact that Steve Kerr brought him up again today in a hopeful sense, listen, you can say this is speculation. That matters to me. That tells me somebody thinks something in terms of Andrew potentially coming back here in the regular season. They know damn well the way their words land. And they absolutely do not want to overpromise and underdeliver. So when you hear a coach start to say, hey, we're hoping that Gary might be there before too long, that means Gary's going to be there before too long.
Same thing with Andrew Wiggins.
The Wiggins thing is a little bit more dicey, obviously. It could go either way.
It could, but I like what you're saying because he wouldn't say hopeful.
He chose to bring it up. Right. He doesn't need to do that. Even if someone brought it up to him, he could be like, I got nothing on
Exactly.
Andrew.
There's no update.
But he spoke about it in a hopeful way. That means something to me.
That means a lot to me because exactly what you're saying. Gary Payton II is a much more of a straight line where we're going to reevaluate him. We thought he'd be out a month to 2 months. Well, it's been a month. So seems like, and he's had some on-court activity, seems like he's getting closer. Andrew Wiggins, we know nothing about. And the rumors don't mean a hill of beans in terms of when he'll come back. But if the head coach says he's, quote, hopeful, then I'm going to say that he knows more than we do, and I'm going to take that as a positive.
And I'm going to stamp right here on the spot where I've been all year, which is I'm not writing these guys off until I know for sure that there's no way they don't all get healthy at the right time. And they might. They might. They might show up in a week and a half and suddenly have a full roster. And don't tell me about Iguodala. That doesn't count because they haven't played with him all year.
I was about to.
I knew you were. I could tell. All right.
And Ryan Rollins out too. But
yes, he is.
Don't let that get
in
in the
Warriors game plan is brought to you by U.S. Bank. And I really think that the Warriors game plan has to be, at least to a certain degree, go to the hole. Just take the ball to the dang basket. 48 3-point attempts in Houston. You got away with it because you were playing the Rockets. Don't do that tonight. You're the Warriors. I'm not telling you not to shoot threes. Oh, by the way, you have these people called the Splash Brothers. You're really good at threes. But Jordan Poole, what was it, 8 shots the other night, and 6 were from behind the arc?
Yeah.
You have got to go to the hole. The Mavericks were terrible defensively on the interior against you just last year. Go to the hole. I don't want to see the Warriors settle tonight.
They don't do that, though, Mark. So, especially on the road, if you look at what the Warriors have done in terms of free throws, they're minus 5.2 on the year in free throw attempts versus their opponent. And if you look at the numbers on the road, it's even more of a disparity in terms of the road. They're a minus 10 in free throw attempts on the road. So, yes, go to the hole. Sounds great, fellas, but it's just not what the Warriors do, especially on the road.
Can someone find for what is the over-under on Jordan Poole's points tonight? I got an
inkling?
I got a hankering.
You got an inkling?
I don't think I got a hankering. That's like when you're hungry or something, right? I got a little thing about.
You got a hunch is
you
what
got
you
something,
have.
Mark? What do you got?
16.5 is what I see.
Thank you for that. More on that in just a moment. Your take it to the bank prediction is brought to you by Fremont Bank, who can help create a long-term plan to meet your retirement goals. Take the over on Jordan Poole 16.5.
16.5? You're taking that to the bank?
Take the over. Take it to the bank.
Okay.
Okay.
Any reason? Any rationale?
Two
other
reasons.
than some crazy hunch?
Well,
some wild hair.
That's how I live my life, so that's the main one.
Didn't work out for your World Baseball Classic yesterday.
But anyway.
Pay the under.
Yeah, exactly. I do have 2 reasons. I have 2 reasons. One of them is simply just being due. I'm a believer in high-level competitors when they have a really bad game, that they swing the pendulum back in the other direction pretty quickly. The second one, though, is matchup related. And I think Jordan Poole is who I'm mainly talking about when I say take it to the hole. Jonathan Kuminga as well. We know what Steph Curry's going to do. He's going to be in, out. He's going to do a lot of both. But Jordan Poole right now, who at times looks lost when the other big-time players are on the floor with him, he is their best penetrator from the wing when Andrew Wiggins is not there. And Dallas is really bad at stopping it. So I just think this is a good matchup for Jordan Poole and a penetration sensation and going to the hole and getting some buckets on the inside. I got Jordan Poole for a 20 burger tonight.
All right. 24 of his 37 road games, he has gone over that number. At my quick rudimentary math.
Yeah, what's his average just overall?
He's averaging 20. 20.2 a game. And there's been some games where he's laid down, but he's laid down at home and on the road in slightly equal numbers. He's been a little bit worse on the road in terms of his splits. So I think it's bold. It's a bold move, Cotton. Hope it pays off.
See if it works out for him. Well, you can also look, though, at just simply what he's done of late, and it's been a little bit of a yo-yo, and you can't play with my yo-yo.
Thank you.
But Jordan Poole, last 3 games, his point totals have been 12, 21, and 5. But that 5 is the one that, to me, just sticks out like a sore thumb. They're in Houston, bad defensively, and Jordan goes 1 of 8. 1 of 6 from 3, only shot the ball twice going on the inside, missed them both, 5 points. I think there's an embarrassment level there, and Poole's going to come out and have a big game tonight. This is only his 3rd game all year where he didn't score 10 points.
I'm going to keep it simple with my prediction and just say bet the under 236.5. I do think that without Kyrie Irving, Dallas's offense will be much more limited, and I think that the Warriors are ready to start playing a little bit of road defense. It's a scary line, though, because the Warriors have been bad in the last game of road trips. I'm going to stay off the Warriors -3. I'm going to play the under and hope for a 118, 117 kind of ball game.
Okay. By the way, in the interest of accuracy, when I say it's his third game in the calendar year. Yes, he has had a few more. Back at the beginning of the year, he had some wobbly ones, but it has been a long time.
9 games in single digits.
Yeah, even if you include December, from the start of December, Jordan has only had 3 games where he has scored fewer than 10 points, and one of them was 9.
Against Dallas. And one of them was 3 against Dallas.
Yeah.
Dallas knows how to stop Jordan Poole.
No.
Dallas is in need of a closer. 2 of his 9 single-digit games, Mark, are against the Mavericks.
I think he learned a lesson.
Okay.
By the way, you go back to that 3-point game against Dallas on February 4th. 1 of 6 overall, 1 of 3 from 3-point range, no 2-point baskets.
Yeah.
Hey, Jordan, go to the hole. Get some easy buckets.
He did have an impactful 1 assist in that game, so I want to make sure we highlight that.
Where would the Warriors have been without that?
Seriously.
They only won by 6. They needed it. They needed every piece of it. So, yeah, I'm optimistic on Jordan Poole. Think that's a good value one tonight. And again, my eyes are on him and Jonathan Kuminga in a big way because I think both of them play very key roles tonight.
You got me fired up. It's a big game, Mark.
I can't wait for tomorrow.
I cannot wait to hear the sweet sounds of Tim and Jim.
I cannot wait for tomorrow. So we're going to send you out to the arena. Coming up next, Willard and Dibs is now every weekday here on 95.7 The Game from 2 to 6. And we cannot wait to react with you tomorrow about this game. So for Dan Dibley, Mark Willard, here comes Warrior basketball in Dallas right here on 95.7 The Game.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids,